Weather alert day, tracking the rain changing over to snow. We'll talk about the timing and how much we're expecting.
And a new poll unveiling how Marylanders feel about Governor Wes Moore's performance, plus new developments in the case of Rachel Morin.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are weather alert this morning as a winter storm is pushing across Maryland with heavy rain, which then could bring the potential for our first February snow. We are keeping an eye on the roads and the skies as this wintry mix could complicate your morning commute, especially for kids trying to get to school. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's timing this out for us, and that timing pretty tricky trying to get kids to school, Justin.
Yeah, exactly right, Megan. And you have that picture, that 4 box up the upper right corner. That is the snow that is falling in western Maryland as we speak. And we are getting hit with heavy rain. That rain was still coming down, has been for the last couple of hours. Those roads are definitely wet. It is soggy out there. That rain is going to change over to snow starting about 6, 7 o'clock this morning through about 10 a.m. And that's when we could see some accumulating snow, the gusty wind and the colder temperatures that we're going to have behind that system as it rolls through. These are the numbers right now. And the reason why I point these out is because we are above freezing all over the place. Lower 40s for Towson, Baltimore City, Brooklyn Park, 39 in Cockeysville. And then you take a look at this HD radar and look at all of that heavy rain that has been rolling through for the last couple of hours. We'll zoom in a little bit closer up toward northern parts of our viewing area, northern Baltimore County, where that rain continues to kind of push through those oranges and reds, indicating some of the heavier pockets of rain. Even seen a few lightning strikes as well. Very dynamic storm system is setting up. You go a little bit to the west and you really see that heavy rain from Hagerstown over to Thurmont. And then as you kind of zoom out a little bit, you see some of that blue. That's over in Allegheny County as well as in the areas near Cumberland for Washington County and Garrett County as well. That's where we're seeing more of that changeover that is happening. So what's going to take place over the next few hours is that rain that's going to be moving through here will eventually change over to some snow for us right here in Baltimore. So we'll take a closer look at that. Winter weather advisories go until 1 o'clock this afternoon. By the afternoon, a completely different day. It will not be anything like what we are seeing this morning. So back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
We know schools are already adjusting their schedules because of the storm. Baltimore County schools, along with the school systems in Carroll, Cecil, and Harford counties, they are all starting on a 2-hour delay. You can keep track of all of the school closings and delays on our ticker. You see it scrolling on the bottom of your screen there. Or you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. We're always updating them on our website. Let's go ahead and take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Take a peek outside. We've got a live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No major issues to report, but we are seeing that rain falling down pretty much all across our region. Be careful if you are heading out right now. We do have a warning for drivers as the wintry mix makes for dangerous road conditions. AAA says it is best to stay home and stay off the roads if you're able to do that. If you do have to go out, take it slow. You'll also want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. When you brake, make sure you do so slowly. That's going to reduce your risk of sliding, spinning out. And anytime that snow is in our forecast, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. New this morning, as Governor Wes Moore nears the halfway point of his second legislative session, the new Gonzalez poll is giving us a closer look at how people in Maryland feel about the governor. According to this latest poll, statewide, 58% approve of the job that the governor is doing, while 28% disapprove. 14% gave no response. By party, 74% of Democrats approve of the job that Governor Wes Moore is doing. 57% of Republicans disapprove. Among independents, 52% approve, 26% disapprove. They also ask, currently in Maryland, it is only a misdemeanor to possess a stolen firearm. Do you agree or disagree that it should be a felony in Maryland to possess a stolen firearm? And to that response, 88% say they agree it should be a felony. 11% say they disagree. 1% gave no answer. This poll again was conducted by Gonzalez Research and Media Services. It's just being released. It was done from January 23rd through February 2nd. Stay with us this morning because in our 8 o'clock hour, pollster Patrick Gonzalez will be joining us live in studio to discuss more about the questions that were asked in the polls, like raising the sales tax to fund transportation projects. Happening today, a Senate committee is set to discuss the Republicans' crime plan. One bill focuses on the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act and allowing parents to have a bigger say when their child is questioned by police.
Most parents want their kids to get out of trouble, and they'd rather have the kids tell the police the truth and then deal with it back at home as a family than to have the juvenile being advised by some lawyer they've never met and just talk to over the telephone.
Changes to the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act were not included in Democrats' plans. Also happening today, Democratic Senator Jill Carter is expected to propose a bill calling for child in need of supervision or SINS petitions to be required in certain circumstances. Republican delegate Robin Grammer says the issues go beyond petitions.
We need clarity about the SINS petitions. SINS, this is the golden bullet for a lot of people. They think this is going to fix the process. We don't even know how many petitions are filed. In some jurisdictions, we're not seeing any at all. And frankly, I think rather than picking crime by crime, we need something in place that if we have a youth that's committing crimes over and over again, we allow law enforcement to approach, arrest that youth, and bring them in so we can provide them diversion programs like we could in the past.
Fox 45 News will closely follow these hearings in Annapolis today. We will have complete coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. New developments in the Rachel Morin case. The Harford County Sheriff's Office releasing sketches of the suspect they believe killed her. We are now 6 months into this investigation, and until now, we had only seen pictures of the suspect's back. Over the last 6 months, detectives say they have conducted more than 100 interviews and followed up on more than 1,000 tips. Police say several people claim to have spotted the suspect in Harford County in the days leading up to the attack, and police believe that Morin was being stalked. But some are questioning why officers took more than 6 months to release these sketches.
We obviously don't want to release the sketch and then months later come back and say, no, actually, now we want people looking for this. We want to put the best thing we can forward so that when they look at it, we're confident that this is the best sketch we're going to be able to provide.
I believe that they found the balance between caution and releasing it as expeditiously as possible. And there does need to be a balance because haste can cause harm.
Fox 45 News has been following the Rachel Morin case for months. You can find the latest updates and all of our previous reporting online at foxbaltimore.com. A recent study shows you might want to add chocolate into your diet. Still ahead this morning, how chocolate could be more than just a treat and maybe a health booster. We are weather alert here this morning due to heavy rain that could possibly turn into snow. How long these conditions will last. It is 4:38 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:41 is your time on our Weather Alert Tuesday. This is why the heavy rain that is rolling through the region, which in and of itself would cause some issues, but it's that wraparound, that colder air that we're already seeing change over to snow in parts of western Maryland. So it hasn't really made it here yet. Still a lot of rain. Temperatures are well above freezing right here at home. But as we get some of that colder air, we'll see that kind of rain-snow mix, and that's going to be kind of right as we get toward the middle of your morning commute. So we do have winter weather advisories, all the areas in purple, which is basically Baltimore City and north. So notice Anne Arundel County and our eastern shore counties not necessarily in that winter weather advisory. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. More than likely, this will be allowed to expire a little bit early, but either way, we're tracking that. So your morning drive, definitely have to change that to a yellow light because it's going to be a little bit rough, especially as we get later into the morning. Back to you.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, new studies saying chocolate might benefit something in the body. I'm Liz Bonus. We will share the new research just ahead.
Looking forward to hearing that. Meantime, Mardi Gras celebrations are in full swing, while New Orleans is famed for its festive spirit and vibrant traditions. Look at all the people out there in that live look on the left there. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, new developments to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, the former head of Border Protection, here to discuss what's happening on Capitol Hill. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42. You're looking at a wet Baltimore on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We are weather alert this morning. We've got heavy rain falling across the state right now, and that could soon change into slushy snow. This is a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar right here, along with the conditions that you see there. Some live looks from Baltimore, Towson, those wet roadways. We'll get it out there. Right there in the middle, you can see We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been timing this all out for us, letting us know when we can expect to see that changeover, Justin.
Yeah, Meg, it's going to be about 6, 7 o'clock this morning. That's when we'll basically see that colder air coming in and trying to change over some of that rain to some snow at times. Now, the ground temperatures, that's the big determining factor. And our ground temps are well above freezing right now and are going to continue to get a little bit colder over the next few hours, but we'll probably get some snow that you'll actually see, possibly some blowing snow at times. We're not looking for a lot in the way of actual accumulation, at least here in Baltimore City and most of Baltimore County. But the further north you go, up near the Maryland-PA line, that's when we'll have that best chance of some of that changeover. We're already seeing some of that snow in parts of western Maryland at this hour, but as you see on our HD radar, it's mainly been that heavy rain that we've been tracking all night. So those roads are very, very wet. Definitely a lot of ponding on the roadways. Got to make sure to be aware of that as you are heading out over the next couple of hours. Also on your HD radar, back behind that, here we go. We can see some of that heavier rain in western Maryland at this time, and then kind of the larger picture showing us that blue, which is over through parts of Cumberland and all the way out to Oakland at this time. Now, notice as you look a little bit further to the south, we're seeing some of the drier conditions south of Fredericksburg. So the quicker this moisture gets out of here, the cold air won't be able to catch up to it in time. So if we get lucky, I should say, if we get more of this low to really kind of scoot on out of here, we'll have a better chance at not really seeing a huge impact with this system. Nonetheless, it's an impact-ish day because we are talking about that weather alert day because of this area of low pressure that's tracking through our region. So we do have winter weather advisories, all of us here in the purple under that winter weather advisory until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now notice it's for Cecil County on the eastern shore, but Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Caroline, and Anne Arundel County, you are not in the winter weather advisories. It will mainly be rain for you. You can see that winter weather advisory though for the rest of us, letting us know that we have that kind of a changeover. And you can see how quickly it happens. Look at this, by noon, I mean, that system is already out of here. We'll see the breezy to windy conditions for the afternoon, and actually should get a good amount of sunshine later today. We haven't seen the sun much over the last few days with those clouds that have been kind of hanging around. And then as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, a lot calmer conditions. In terms of our high temperatures today, we'll see those low to mid 40s later this afternoon, even after the fact that we're getting some of this wintry weather for some of us. And that's going to continue up and down the 95 corridor. Now, a little bit heavier snow is possible for our friends in Pennsylvania and New York, all the way up into Boston, as that same system is going to dump more snow. That's where that colder air is residing for today. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So our weather alert day today, Valentine's Day, no issues. We're seeing temperatures in the 40s there and dry conditions all the way through the rest of this week. Saturday, it's potential of another weak little system coming through that'll at least bring a little bit of a rain-snow mix for parts of the morning into the afternoon.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got a health watch for you now this morning. Another study says you might want to consider eating chocolate for the health of it. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares some pretty sweet news for us.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, some sweet news. At least in some people, this study found chocolate may be good for brain cognition, memory, and thinking. So if you happen to think there's nothing better than a big bowl of chocolate this Valentine's Day,
Valentine's Day is a big part of the chocolate experience.
join the hundreds of customers who come in this week to Ohio's Maverick Chocolate just for the flavanols.
They help with heart disease, with vascular disease, with cancer, and they make people happy.
Dr. Frank Bureau is a physician who just happens to be a frequent customer here for his wife.
You can go around the world with dark chocolate.
And especially in dark chocolate, flavanols are natural compounds that may relieve what's called oxidative stress and inflammation. A study in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition found cocoa extract containing flavanols helps the brain in those with poor diets compared to a placebo. The study looked at nearly 600 older adults and saw this improvement in the cocoa subjects after following them for 2 years. So no matter your pleasure,
our most popular chocolate bar of all is one called a Prohibition, which is infused with bourbon and then sprinkled with smoked sea salt.
chocolate may be the smart brain choice, and maybe not just for Valentine's Day.
I come by here for Christmas, for Valentine's Day, for her birthday. She's a chocoholic, and this is her heaven.
Now, we do need about 400 milligrams, they say, of these flavanols for best benefit to the body. A dark chocolate bar can give you about 30 milk chocolate, about half that. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
I better start eating some chocolate. We want to take you live now to New Orleans this morning as Mardi Gras celebrations are underway. The holiday, which translates to Fat Tuesday, is meant to be a day of indulgence and debauchery ahead of Lent restrictions. New Orleans, you're taking a live look there on the left-hand side, of course, famous for its celebrations there, including parades, street parties. They've got masked balls and more. Still a lot of people roaming the streets out there. That Tuesday always lands 47 days before Easter and a day before Ash Wednesday. President Biden makes his TikTok debut, hoping to connect with younger voters. Why some say the president is ignoring national security risks. And we are tracking the road conditions on this weather alert morning, what you can expect as you head out the door. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Fox 45 News is keeping you weather alert this morning as we continue to track this winter storm system here. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live from our Len Stoller mobile track with a live update on the road conditions. A lot of wet rain falling out there right now. Well, making headlines now this morning. One person is dead, 5 others hurt after a mass shooting at a New York subway station. Police say a fight between 2 groups of teenagers on the train led to that gunfire. When it stopped at the station and the doors opened, those shots hit some of the teens and with several bystanders on the platform. A 34-year-old subway commuter died as a result of the shooting. The 5 other victims are expected to survive. Police have not made an arrest or recovered the weapon. Meantime, police have identified the suspect who opened fire inside of a Houston megachurch this weekend. 36-year-old Janice Moreno had a criminal background and a known history of mental illness. Officials say that Moreno had her 7-year-old son with her when she walked into the church of the televangelist Joel Osteen and started shooting. 2 off-duty law enforcement officers at the scene shot at Moreno and killed her. Moreno's son was hit and is in critical condition, along with another man that was injured as well. Today, we could see a slight shift in the balance of power in the House. A special election will be held to replace former New York congressional representative George Santos. The battle for the district covering parts of Long Island and Queens is expected to be a tight one. Recent polls have former congressional representative Tom Suzy leading a local legislator, Mazi Plip, by roughly 4 points.
Little Mazi from a village in Ethiopia, running for Congress and voting for my son. This is the American dream.
So she's Santos 2.0. It's the exact same non-transparent, phony baloney, just trying to get votes instead of saying what you really think.
Republicans currently hold 219 seats in the House to Democrats' 212, so they'll retain the GOP majority either way. But the race could be an early indicator of things to come in 2024. A Democratic win could also put more pressure on the Republican majority to stick together, something that's been a struggle for the current Congress. President Joe Biden's campaign joined TikTok over the weekend, leading to concerns from lawmakers in Washington who are looking to ban the platform due to its Chinese connection. National correspondent Janae Bowens has the fallout.
You get in trouble if I told you.
President Joe Biden's new campaign TikTok account is causing him some trouble. It appears he's flip-flopped on an app that he has not only expressed national security concerns over, but also banned on the devices of nearly 4 million federal workers.
China, as they seek to leverage digital technologies and Americans' data in ways that can present harm and risk to our national security, clearly. The White House does not use TikTok.
The move met with fierce criticism from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, who posted Biden campaign bragging about using a Chinese spy app, even though Biden signed a law banning it on all federal devices. The backlash over Biden's TikTok follows last month's Senate hearing, where social media CEOs, including TikToks, were grilled about online sexual child exploitation.
We have a company that's a tool of the Chinese Communist Party that is poisoning the minds of America's children, in some cases driving them to suicide, and that at best the Biden administration is taking a pass on, at worst maybe in collaboration with.
Now, Biden's aides told us the account will be run entirely by the campaign team, who said they are incorporating security protocols to ensure safety, but they didn't give specifics about what that looks like.
Certainly on the surface, it looks dissonant or even hypocritical.
Paul Matsko with the Cato Institute says the Biden campaign is likely targeting younger voters. That's a key part of the Democratic base that Biden is struggling with.
Younger and perhaps more in tune with younger generations, folks on the Biden campaign are realizing it would be political disaster to fully cut off the campaign from TikTok because it's the platform that young people use.
But with the FBI, the FCC, and congressional leaders warning of TikTok's owner ByteDance possibly sharing user data with China's authoritarian communist government, the message might get muddled. I'm Janae Bowens reporting.
We are weather alert this morning, tracking that potential rain changing over to snow right as we get into the heart of our commute. We'll take a closer look at it coming up.
A winter weather advisory in effect, and the rain is definitely coming down here in Baltimore County. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at these cold, wet road conditions you'll be facing as you head out this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Yeah, we are weather alert this morning as a winter storm is pushing across Maryland with heavy rain, and it could bring the potential for our first February snow. We're keeping an eye on the roads and the skies, and the wintry mix could complicate your morning commute.
Well, good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly when, the timing of it, from when it turns from rain to snow.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, and he is doing that for us, timing it all out. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. We're talking team coverage here. Our meteorologist working behind the scenes and on air as well to make sure you are safe and you have all the information that you need to get going with this Tuesday dynamic storm system. So it's a lot of rain right now as we look out over the Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, but the weather alert portion is that rain that's going to change over to snow. And that's going to happen about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. And for a very brief window, about 2 or 3 hours, hours from about 7 to 10 a.m. is when we're going to see some snow that is actually going to be falling, giving us kind of the slushy snow and the potential for some light accumulation. Then the gusty wind and those colder temperatures kind of right behind that for your weather alert day. So upper 30s and lower 40s, these are your temperatures right now. So those temps are still well above freezing. That's why all of this is falling as rain. You can see that on that HD radar, and some heavy rain too. There's a lot of ponding out there. Those roadways are not easy to drive on here this morning. Obviously, before the sun comes up, it's still very soggy. And as you look a little bit further to the west, we are seeing some of the heaviest rain now in Frederick. You can see that's going right up through Frederick and moving over toward Westminster as well. But the further west you go, we're seeing some of that changeover happen. Obviously, in western Maryland, where we typically see some of the snow, that's where we're seeing that. Over to Cumberland, Allegheny, and Garrett County is getting hit with that. So we do have winter weather advisories. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. All of the areas there in purple. Notice Anne Arundel County and our eastern shore counties to the south not in the winter weather advisory, because the snow is really going to be kind of north of Baltimore City and to the north as well. Definitely a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Schools are already adjusting their schedules due to the storm. Baltimore County schools, along with Carroll, Cecil, and Harford counties, are all starting on a 2-hour delay. You can keep track of all the school closings and delays on our ticker, or you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. As you heard, the roadways, and you also saw Shannon out there cruising around a little bit. We do have 3 incidents right now that we need to tell you about, 2 of them causing some delays. The first one with the biggest delay is 695's outer loop right at 95, right when you meet there. So 2 right lanes and the shoulder blocked there because of that, and that is causing some delays. The other one's 70 eastbound right before you get to the inner and outer loop exchange on 695. That also is causing some delays. The right side, there's a 1 vehicle accident there, and then there's a disabled in Arbutus on 695's outer loop. So checking on those incidents, we'll be continuing to follow them throughout the morning, especially as this heavy rain continues to pond the roadways. Now we want to get out to Shannon Lilly. She's driving around Carroll County this morning in her Lens Solar mobile track, and she has what it looks like out there for her. And Shannon, really just even the commute to get there, I mean, with the ponding and possible, sliding on some of the roads and hydroplaning.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. Roads are definitely slick. We haven't quite reached Carroll County yet. We are right now heading north on 795, so we're still in Baltimore County, right in Owings Mills, but yeah, we are heading toward Carroll County right now, and definitely still just wet rain that we're seeing coming down, but the roads already saturated. We're already seeing a lot of water spraying up from the cars in front of us. We're taking it slow this morning, and that's likely what you'll want to do if you're headed out this morning. Temperature in our car right now still reading 37 degrees. And of course, as the morning goes on, we do expect some of this may turn to slushy snow. So that might be what you're met with when you head out this morning. And so the big thing is just to give yourself plenty of time, be extra cautious. When you're out here on the roads, increase your following distance, slow your speeds, and remember that those bridges and overpasses freeze first. So just use extra caution. But yeah, as of right now, what we're seeing is just cold, wet rain, and we're going to continue to track these conditions and check back in with you guys throughout the morning. So for now, we'll send it back into you, Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. New this morning, as Governor Wes Moore nears the half point of his second legislative session, New Gonzales poll is giving us a closer look at how you, the people in Maryland, feel about the governor.
According to the poll, statewide, 58% approve of the job he is doing as governor, while 28% disapprove. 14% gave no response.
By party, 74% of Democrats approve the job of Governor Moore. 57% of Republicans disapprove. Among independents, 52% approve and 26% disapprove. The poll was conducted by Gonzales Research and Media Services from January 23rd through February 2nd.
Stay with us this morning, because in our 8 o'clock hour, pollster Patrick Gonzalez will join us live in studio to discuss more about the questions that were asked in that poll, including people's opinions of raising the sales tax to fund transportation projects.
5:05 also happening today. A Senate committee is set to discuss a juvenile crime plan from Republicans in Annapolis.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with more details on the Republican plans. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, the Republicans' plans are similar to Democrats' crime plan, which includes reforming the Department of Juvenile Services and the state's probation process. Now, the plans would bring changes to juvenile justice centers all across the state, including this one right behind us here in Baltimore, which has raised many concerns. A Senate committee is set to discuss these plans later today. But one bill in the Republicans' plan focuses on the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act and allowing parents to have a bigger say when their child is questioned by police.
Most parents want their kids to get out of trouble, and they'd rather have the kids tell the police the truth and then deal with it back at home as a family than to have the juvenile being advised by some lawyer they've never met and just talk to over the telephone.
Changes to the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act were not included in the Democrats' crime plan. Also happening today, Democratic Senator Jill Carter is expected to propose a bill calling for child in need of supervision or SINS petitions to be required in certain circumstances. But Republican Delegate Robin Grammer says the issues go way beyond petitions.
And frankly, I think rather than picking crime by crime, we need something in place that if we have a youth that's committing crimes over and over again, we allow law enforcement to approach, arrest that youth, and bring them in so we can provide them diversion programs like we could in the past.
And of course, we'll be closely following both of these hearings today, and you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Rachel. A sketch of Rachel Marin's. Thank you, Olivia. A sketch of Rachel Marin's suspected killer is released months after her death. Take a look at your screen right here. What the new developments mean for this investigation.
Millions of taxpayer dollars are fueling Baltimore's nonprofits. But are those nonprofits in good standing? Fox 45 News investigates where your tax dollars are going.
Weather alert day this morning for our temperatures that are going to be dropping, and we'll have more of those rain showers changing over to snow. We'll talk about it coming up.
We are tracking a nor'easter blasting New England region with potentially dangerous travel conditions.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen with the impacts being felt there now. Megan.
We got a lot going on, guys. Right now, more than 35 million people from West Virginia to Maine are under these winter storm alerts. In fact, we want to take a live look at our our Weather Authority HD radar that you see right there. Forecasters predicting heavy snow and powerful winds will significantly impact travel today, especially along the 95 corridor there. Those are actually the snow totals that you're seeing there. Check out the latest snow predictions across the New England area. Some cities are projected to get nearly a foot of snow. Let's go ahead and take you live to Boston now this morning. The city now under a snow emergency. School is closed today, and the mayor is warning residents to stay off the roads if possible. Snow predictions today are forecasted to be the highest they have seen there in over 2 years. We've moved now to this major storm already causing trouble for flyers. This is FlightAware, and we're already seeing more than 100 flights canceled out of Boston, again, according to this website that we're seeing here this morning. Now, we want to take you live to New York City here. As soon as this ad goes away, we're going to take you live to Midtown here this morning. We know schools already closed there, many moving to remote learning, but we know that could be disrupted too as communities are bracing for power outages. Here's our live look there. Dark right now. We've got a little rain that was falling a little earlier there. We know snow totals there are expected to top 6 to 10 inches, falling as fast as 2 inches per hour at the storm's peak. This same system bringing a wintry mix to our region this morning. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the impacts that we could see. And Justin, the timing of this pretty tricky when you think about getting kids to school.
Yeah, no kidding, Meg. That's why we have a lot of delays already, and those are on the bottom of your screen. They continue to scroll there for your school district, no matter where you live. Let's talk about the road temperatures. And right now, most of us here, Baltimore South, are all above freezing. But look at how those numbers are changing a little bit up into Westminster and Eldersburg, right near that freezing mark, back through Frederick as well. Bel Air down to 34 degrees. These are road temperatures. And again, as those temperatures continue to drop, any of that precipitation will change from the rain to the snow. And we're already seeing that in Hagerstown, parts of Washington County. Right in Frederick, the heaviest rain is what we're seeing there in Frederick County, but it's still just rain at this time. But as that colder air continues to wrap around this storm, that changeover is going to continue to happen kind of from west to east right across our region over the next couple of hours. So that's why pretty much all of us are in that winter weather advisory. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. The areas to the north that Megan was just talking about, a lot of those areas under winter storm warnings. So it will mainly be a nuisance for a lot of us, but it's going to be that quick, heavy burst of some of that snow that's not necessarily accumulating, but will be blowing around here as we get later into our commute. We'll take a much closer look at this in my full forecast and talk about what we can expect for Valentine's Day and the rest of the week coming up.
With Valentine's Day happening tomorrow, love is in the air, but so are online scams. Still ahead, the scams that aim to steal not just your heart, but your money.
Celebrate love surrounded by the wonders of nature. After the break, Valentine's Day activities that you can go and view at the Maryland Zoo. 5:14. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:16, we are weather alert this morning. Heavy rain falling across the state, and that could change into slushy snow. You're taking a live look at our weather radar, along with the condition in Baltimore and Towson and out on the roads. You see the wipers going.
Yeah, in fact, you can see snow actually falling, too, in parts of Maryland. So we need to find out exactly when that will hit us in the Baltimore region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here breaking down the numbers for us.
Yeah, Tom, what was that shot you just pulled up there? Did you say that was Emmitsburg?
Yeah, Emmitsburg, right at US 15. So that's just, yeah, northwest of Tawnytown.
Yeah, well, okay, there we go. We have our winter weather that is moving in, and that's the whole reason that we are weather alert. A lot of heavy rain overnight. The ponding on the roadways is a big issue because I know I was struggling to get around on 695 this morning. So I definitely want to watch out for that on all the roads with all of the rain that's fallen. And then that rain changing over to snow. We're seeing it happen kind of from west to east right now. But for our region, probably about 6, 7 o'clock, next couple of hours, right as we get into the heart of our commute, is when we'll see that burst of snow, not necessarily accumulating with ground temperatures that are still well above freezing, but the gusty wind, the blowing snow with those colder temperatures as those numbers drop. That's what we're going to be seeing. And that's why we are weather alert. So here's a look at that HD radar, kind of frozen for you right here, not necessarily, but we actually don't have the loop going. But either way, we're seeing some of that heavier rain. Bel Air, Edgewood, out to Rock Hall, the eastern shore. We're seeing that right now. As you go a little further to the north, look at that, right around the PA and Maryland line, starting to see a little change over there with that wintry mix. So north of the Hereford zone, and then once you get up to York and Hanover, it's all snow there. And then back to Tawnytown and Westminster, still seeing some rain showers, but then you go over toward parts of Frederick County, Hagerstown. We just showed you that a moment ago, and some of the higher elevations, and that is actually already changing from that rain to snow. And this is all part of the larger system, that area of low pressure that quickly is going to be rolling through here. This is just going to be a quick burst, but look at all that wraparound colder air that's coming down through Cumberland and back around the Appalachians. As we see this storm system move, we'll continue to see more of that kind of changeover happen. And you can see that area of low pressure basically right over the top of us. So the center of the low is crossing as we speak. That's going to be tracking up to the north and east. That's why folks in Boston and New York that Meg was talking about earlier, getting hit with more of that snow than when we're seeing here, but still a big impact for us as well. So your winter weather advisory, all of the areas here in purple, that's Baltimore City, Baltimore counties, Harford County, as well as Cecil County and Carroll County and Howard County, all in those winter weather advisories until 1 o'clock this afternoon. As we take a look at your hourly future scan, this is what we're talking about. So that rain changes over, that pink kind of into the blue. And this is about 7 o'clock this morning where we're going to actually see that snow and the kind of quick burst of that heavier snow rolling right through about 8 o'clock this morning. By 9 a.m., slowly moving out of here. And watch what happens as we get to noon. This thing is gone. We're not even talking about any precip. The wind is going to pick up, and then we'll actually see a lot more sunshine as we get into 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it will be drying out very nicely. Pretty quiet week ahead after we get through today, but our high temperatures will actually be in the low to mid 40s. So even after all of this morning, we're still going to get those numbers to climb to about 46 for our afternoon high today. For tomorrow, back to the mid 40s, partly cloudy skies, a little bit breezy as well. And then Thursday and Friday, not too bad, very quiet conditions. Another weather maker comes in on Saturday. That could bring another brief rain snow mix to parts of the region by the time we get into the morning as well. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And yeah, taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, you can see some of the incidents that we're having. It could be because of hydroplaning, but there are 3 incidents along the outer loop, and they're right near 795 and Rushtown Road. There's one vehicle that's off, and that's causing, they moved that over to the shoulder, so that's causing a slight delay. Also, taking a live look right now, this is 70, and this is starting to turn over, as Justin was just talking about, rain turning over to snow. It's heading this direction. Will it get here? And that timing, he and Jasmine continue to follow that, but this is what it looks like right now, 70 westbound as it getting a little bit closer. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit and how this snow or possible snowfall could impact your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. So far, so good for travel out there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there, Metro Subway, on schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Millions use online dating apps or social networking sites to try and find their special someone. But instead of finding romance, you could find a scammer more interested in stealing your money than stealing your heart.
Cassie Arsenault with our Sinclair sister station in Cincinnati tells us what the scam can look like and how to avoid playing the fool.
You meet someone special on a dating app or a website, and you guys start emailing each other, messaging, calling. They say it's true love, then they ask you for money. This is a huge red flag. Here's what this scam can look like. A romance scammer will ask you for money for things like a plane ticket to come see you or an emergency situation like a surgery. But it's important to remember that in these situations, these romance scammers will adjust their story or say anything they can to try to get your money on what they think will work for you. Here's 3 things that should raise concern. The first is that they never want to see you and they don't want to do any sort of FaceTime call. They say this is because they're busy, they're traveling, maybe they work in the military. The second is that they want your money and they want it fast. They say it's for things like I mentioned, like a plane ticket to come see you, so they want to spend time with you, or because they have an emergency situation. Maybe they need their visa paid for. The third is that they tell you how to give them that money, whether that's a money transfer app, wiring it, a gift card, or cryptocurrency. All of these are big no-nos.
A lot of this is just awareness. I think people want to be trusting, right? They don't want to think we live in this terrible world where every time you talk to someone online, they're trying to scam you, which I totally get that too. Frankly, it sucks that this technology makes all of this possible.
Here's how you can protect yourself. The most simple one is don't give people you barely know money. You can also put into Google the type of job this person claims to have, followed by the word scammer. See if similar stories come up to what you're experiencing. The other one, you can take their image and do a reverse Google image search. This will pull up details about this person. Make sure these details line up and make sure the name associated with this image is the name they gave you. If not, you're better off moving on. Fighting fraud, I'm Cassie Arsenault.
Well, if you're looking for some last-minute plans to spend with your special someone, the Maryland Zoo has you covered.
Now, the zoo is offering events during the day and night, and that's happening tomorrow. During the day, they're holding an enrichment day where you can see the animals receive Valentine's Day treats. Now, if you're looking for an adult-only nighttime option, that's right, think the zoo. They'll be open for couples to learn about wildlife matchmaking. Remember the brown chicken, brown cow? You can find more information on both of these events at our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Little details like that might be just the thing that triggers somebody's memory.
Harford County officials release a key detail in the Rachel Marin case. Why some are questioning why officers took more than 6 months to release these new sketches.
Baltimore officials have yet to justify why millions of dollars have been given to non-compliant nonprofits. Coming up next, the questions that some council members are now asking.
We have continuing coverage this morning. The Harford County Sheriff's Office revealing sketches of a possible suspect in Rachel Marin's murder for the first time.
Marin was killed on the Monpaw Trail last August, but up until now, we've only seen pictures of the suspect's back. Video appearing to show the suspect during a home invasion in Los Angeles last March. Investigators say DNA evidence linked that man to both crimes. Harford County Sheriff Jeff Gaylor says the DNA was taken from a red Air Jordan hat at the California crime scene.
Police also say several people claim to have spotted the suspect in Harford County in the days leading up to this attack, and police say Marin was being stalked. But some are questioning why officers took more than 6 months to release the sketches.
We obviously don't want to release the sketch and then months later come back and say, no, actually, now we want people looking for this. We want to put the best thing we can forward so that when they look at it, we're confident that this is the best sketch we're going to be able to provide.
I believe that they found the balance between caution and releasing it as expeditiously as possible. And there does need to be a balance because haste can cause harm.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Rachel Marin case for months. You can find today's update and all of our previous reporting online at foxbaltimore.com.
We are weather alert this morning due to the heavy rain in our area that will be switching over to snow at some point. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long this storm will last.
And the rain is definitely coming down here in Westminster. Coming up, a live look at the conditions that could make for a messy commute this morning. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are weather alert this morning as we could see some slushy snow. You're taking a live look now around the area as well as at our Weather Authority HD radar. Well, good morning to all of you. Welcome back on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And yeah, you're starting to see the rain turn into snow, and that's why we have a lot of school delays, and they keep getting updated. We need to find out the exact timing of it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at this forecast.
And I believe that shot you just pulled up had from Emmitsburg and parts of Carroll and Frederick County. That's what it kind of looks. There you go. It unfroze. And look at that. You can kind of see that rain that is kind of changing over to that slushy, wet snow, which is what we're going to see here over the next couple of hours. It's still just rain that we're seeing, but we've seen some heavy rain overnight, really picking up some good amounts of rain. Our temperatures, notice on the right side of your screen, we're still above freezing, but that rain changing to snow, timing still looks to be between 7 and 10 o'clock this morning. So that puts us right in the heart of our commute and when we're trying to get the kids to school, which is why a lot of those schools are delayed here this morning. That gusty wind blowing that rain, that snow as well. In fact, I just stepped outside myself, already feeling some of that colder air that's trying to mix in. Now, here's a look at our statewide temperature map. We're still at 40 degrees in Baltimore City, 37 in Westminster, but look at Hagerstown at 34, Cumberland at 33. So that's where that rain is changing over to snow, and then we're going to get in on that over the next couple of hours. Heaviest rain right now is Bel Air, Edgewood, up into Perryville, moving kind of right up the 95 corridor and out toward the eastern shore as well. Then you go north up toward areas right around the Maryland and PA line. You can kind of see that little pink right there from New Freedom down into areas just to the north of Moncton and in northern parts of Carroll and Baltimore counties. And then there's that wraparound moisture we just talked about. So there's Hagerstown changing over the left side of your screen. You're kind of seeing that green change over to that light blue. Still looking at rain in Frederick at this time. But again, this is all changing as we speak. So we're going to see that winter weather advisory goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. This is for that weather maker that is rolling in and why we're weather alert, and definitely a yellow light there as morning drive is not going to be fun this morning. I know we have to get out. You got to get stuff going. But again, just make sure to take extra time. Know those roads are going to be wet and potentially slushy as well. Another look at your full forecast. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, as you were just talking about them, Justin, schools are already adjusting their schedules due to these storms. In fact, Baltimore County, along with the school systems right here in Carroll, Cecil, Harford, Howard, and Montgomery counties are all 2-hour delay. And we continue here. They are starting those 2-hour delays. Then we could also add asynchronous from Garrett County schools. They are also 2-hour delays there too. So we continue to update these lists, and we'll give you, as soon as we find out from the school's official sites, we will let you know exactly what the delays could be, as that's changing, as Justin's saying, it's changing from rain to snow that could possibly add to our list.
Well, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Multiple incidents to report already. At the 695 outer loop at Wilkins Avenue, one car has been moved over to the shoulder because of an accident. Another accident that cameras isn't able to capture is right at 695 in Reisterstown Road. We know that a shoulder on the outer loop is closed. Be careful on the roadways. Rain is coming down pretty hard right now. I was hydroplaning a couple times on the way into work, but then that rain is going to change to snow, making it even more tricky to drive as the morning moves on. Well, let's get over to Shannon Lilly now. She is live in Carroll County in our Lynn Stoller mobile track, and you see the wipers on, still coming down hard there, Shannon.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now, Patrice, is that rain turn over to a wintry mix, snow. I mean, you can see how it's kind of just pulling on our windshield a bit more. It's white, it's heavy, and it's even difficult to see where we are now. So we're on 140 heading west right now, and we just saw this happen within the last minute, I would say. It looks like heavy rain coming down. Now it's snow coming down that we're seeing here. So definitely you want to be cautious. I mean, this is some heavy, thick stuff that we're seeing, and roads are already saturated and very wet. So the name of the game this morning is just going to be take it slow, be cautious. We know those bridges and overpasses freeze first. Back when we were driving earlier, we did see some snow plows that were kind of just sitting on the side of the road, so we know they're staked out ready to go. But the roads are already very wet, and we're going to just continue to see this rain changing over to this slushy mix throughout the morning. So caution is what you want to use this morning, and of course we're going to continue to drive and keep you guys posted on these conditions, but we're just taking it extra slow. The temperature in our car now is reading 32 degrees, so definitely we are seeing that changeover happening now. But for now, we'll send it back into you guys.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Well, 5:37 and new this morning, as Governor Wes Moore nears the halfway point of his second legislative session, a new Gonzales poll is giving us a closer look at how people in Maryland feel about the governor.
Well, according to the poll, statewide 58% approve of the job that he's doing as governor, while 28% disapprove, 14% gave no response.
They also asked, currently in Maryland, it is only a misdemeanor to possess a stolen firearm. Do you agree or disagree that it should be a felony in Maryland to possess a stolen firearm? 88% say they agree it should be a felony. 11% say they disagree. 1% gave no answer. The poll was conducted by Gonzales Research and Media Services from January 23rd through February 2nd.
Stay with us this morning because in our 8 o'clock hour, pollster Patrick Gonzales will be joining us live here in studio, discussing more about the questions that were asked in his polls, including how people feel about raising the sales tax to fund transportation projects. 5:38 and continuing our coverage this morning, a Fox 45 News investigation found nearly 24 of Baltimore's largest nonprofits are not in good standing with the state.
Olivia Dance joins us live with how the Baltimore City Council is responding to our investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice and Tom, some city council members are now asking the same questions as us and are concerned about how a nonprofit's delinquent status appears to mean very little over at City Hall.
If you're not in good standings, that just means that the most basic foundational issues within your organization is not taken care of. And so therefore, why should we trust any public dollars going to those entities?
According to the Secretary of State, more than 3,300 nonprofits across the state are now considered delinquent. In many cases, they have simply failed to file their annual financial information with the state. But that hasn't stopped nonprofits like the Baltimore Civic Fund from soliciting donations on its website, despite being deemed delinquent. Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com says 23 of Baltimore's top 100 recipients of city funds are not in good standing with the state. Some of them are facing financial penalties, but all of them are receiving millions from city government. Last week, we emailed the mayor's office asking, why has the city of Baltimore granted money to nonprofit organizations that are out of compliance with the state of Maryland? How does the city justify giving COVID-19 relief money to organizations which are not current with the state? And finally, does the city plan to cease funding to the Baltimore Civic Fund? So far, there has been no explanation and no reply. And it's also important to note that delinquent nonprofits are not barred from accepting contributions, but they are barred from soliciting them. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. There will be more hearings today on some plans to curb youth violence, the slate changes that we could see in the laws, and if they could work.
State lawmakers are taking action after a Project Baltimore investigation discovered a juvenile found responsible for a rape is allowed to attend a Baltimore City school. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, the progress that's been made since that news first broke. We are weather alert this morning. How this winter storm could impact your Valentine's Day plans. 5:40, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:42 is your time right now. Our weather alert Tuesday morning. Still that heavy rain is what we're seeing right here in Baltimore and regions here in central Maryland, but we're already seeing that changeover starting to impact Hagerstown, even close to parts of Frederick County right there, just north of Frederick, seeing kind of that rain-snow mix. And as we get further into the morning commute, that's when we'll have a better chance of seeing the potential for a burst of some heavy snow for us at times. That's why we still have that winter weather advisory through 1 o'clock this afternoon, all of those areas there in purple. And overall, our temps today are still going to be in the 40s, which is near average for this time of year. We're back to the mid-40s tomorrow and even lower 50s on Thursday. So Valentine's Day, day after, and looking toward the rest of the week, some more quiet conditions ahead. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up.
House Republicans are gearing up for another vote today to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with how this is expected to play out this time. Megan?
Here's what we know. Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where today's vote, guys, this is take two after last week's vote failed. And it was a surprise outcome. 214 lawmakers voting for impeachment, 216 voting against it. This all comes after a months-long investigation. The articles allege that Mayorkas, quote, willfully and systematically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, something that Mayorkas continues to deny. Now, the big difference that Republicans are counting on today coming from Majority Leader Steve Scalise. The Louisiana Republican missed last week's vote because he was getting treatment for cancer. Ultimately, if the House succeeds in impeaching Mayorkas today, the charges against him would go to the Senate for a trial. But at this point, neither Democratic nor Republican senators have shown any interest in the matter, and it could end up being shelved to a committee. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as today's vote gets underway. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Super Bowl 58 breaking television broadcast records. How many tuned in to see Sunday's overtime thriller?
Mardi Gras celebrations are in full swing, while New Orleans is famed for its festive spirit and vibrant traditions. 5:45, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:48, and we are weather alert this morning. Heavy rain and snow is falling across the state and could be changing to slushy snow as you see that line on the left-hand side of the radar coming over in our weather radar forecast there. Along with the condition, we've got some camera shots in Baltimore and Towson where it is heavy rain.
Shot of that
Shannon Lilly, she's in Carroll County, and you can see the snow that's falling there. Yeah.
All right, so this is Carroll County. Well, there you go. Here's the snow. I mean, this is what we're talking about, that we talked about the changeover. So we're already seen it there, right there in Carroll County. But and a lot of other places, too, especially in western Maryland, are changing over. And then we're going to get into that over the next couple of hours. That's why we are weather alert. But we're already seeing that with the proof that is literally there in the pudding. So our timing 7 to 10 a.m. this morning, gusty wind and colder temperatures. Let's check the numbers. 33 in Hagerstown and Cumberland, 34 in Frederick. Westminster, you're still above freezing, but Baltimore's now dropped to 39 degrees. And that's what's going to happen is these temperatures are going to keep dropping, too. And here's a look at the road temperature. So this is why. I mean, this is right there. Westminster showing 31 degrees for the road temp, 33 in Moncton, 35 Cockeysville. Notice Baltimore, Essex, Brooklyn Park, Columbia, all the way up toward Edgewood and Aberdeen, still in the mid-30s. That's why it's mainly rain that we're seeing at this time. The heaviest rain is up toward APG and Port Deposit, moving over toward the Susquehanna and up into parts of Cecil County. Harford County as well, seeing that rain back to Jarrettsville and Bel Air. Another round of the moderate rain right near Ferndale Farms, heading up toward Baltimore City at this hour. It's, again, just heavy rain that we're seeing at this time. But, again, some of that changeover is starting to happen right there on the radar. Radar sometimes takes a little while to actually change over on those radar returns, but we're definitely feeling that colder air. We're seeing that with those camera shots there as well. Now, when you take a look at the larger picture, you can see all of that wraparound snow in western Maryland back into the areas at Harrisonburg, West Virginia. So as this area of low pressure continues to track to the north and the east, that's when we're going to see that changeover happen here for us at home. Now, we're probably not going to see much in the way of actual accumulation because it's going to be so quick, but we could see some heavy snowfall rates, and that's going to definitely give us that kind of wet, slushy mix and make for that driving a little bit more on the difficult side of things, especially as we get later into your morning commute. So winter weather advisory is still in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon for all of us there in the purple. And this is the hourly future scan. You can really see the HRRR. This updates every hour. All of that is the blue, and that's the snow that we're seeing from all the way down to south of Baltimore City, kind of creeping into Laurel right there. But Annapolis, Stevensville, Denton, you're seeing mainly all rain. May even see a few flakes flying, though, as that colder air comes in. This is 8 o'clock this morning, keeping that snow that's going here into that 9 and 10 o'clock hour. But by noon, this whole system is moving out of here, and we're seeing the drier air. The wind is going to pick up today, but we're actually going to see some sunshine that we expect to see later this afternoon. That'll be a nice change considering how cloudy it's been lately. And our high temperatures today actually in the low to mid 40s once we get through this winter weather maker that is rolling through. For tomorrow, Valentine's Day, Ash Wednesday, not bad, mid 40s, and then lower 50s into Thursday. We're dry through the rest of this week. Another weather maker comes in on Saturday morning. That could bring us a little bit of a rain-snow mix as well, but not nearly as dynamic as this system for today. All right, now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line, operating with about a 5-minute delay for the commute start. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Out there on light rail, no delays. Good start there in both directions. And Metro Subway operating on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Taking a live look now where there is no snow. Bunch of parties, though. We're talking about New Orleans as Mardi Gras celebrations are underway. Streets are quiet there now, but boy, that changes in the thick of things. The holiday, which translates to Fat Tuesday, meant to be a day of indulgence and debauchery ahead of Lent restrictions, which start tomorrow. New Orleans famous for its celebrations, including the parades, street parties, something you don't see as much, people cleaning up. So that's that's a good sign there. Fat Tuesday always lands 47 days before Easter and a day before Ash Wednesday.
Fox 45 News is examining Governor Wes Moore's new state plan, why some are raising red flags over the plan and how it will be funded.
There is more fallout on the recent report about President Biden's age and mental fitness, how critics are and supporters are responding. 5:52, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:55, and Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert all morning long as we continue tracking the winter storm system. Right now, it's in western Maryland. Snow is already covering the roads there, moving across over into Emmitsburg, and you can see it's even covering them in Frederick and also Carroll County. This morning, we will be using our Weather Authority HD radar to track the timing of this storm.
5:56 now. Governor Wes Moore is laying out his 3-year plan for Maryland, promising to leave no one behind.
He has not called for any tax increases, but the plan's price tag is raising questions about how the governor will find the funding.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost takes us through the proposal and the pushback.
The governor says that this state plan could serve as a roadmap charting Maryland's future, but political experts say it could also serve as a roadmap for the governor's future aspirations. Governor Wes Moore outlining his 3-year plan for Maryland.
It will chart the course that we will take for the next 3 years.
The 10-point proposal centering around a similar platform that led Moore to the governor's mansion now, leaving no one behind. He wants to do it by investing in children's success, calling for the end of child poverty, making Maryland more affordable, advancing infrastructure, ensuring world-class health systems, boosting green and clean energy, and tackling public safety concerns.
So we will always have work to do.
As well as increasing student performance in the classroom.
We care about education. We care about making sure that our schools are getting the supports and the resources that they need. We want to make sure that education is going to be the pathway to long-term economic success and long-term competitiveness for our state. We have to invest in it clearly, and we have to use data and metrics to be able to show that it's working.
How much life support does Kerwin have long-term?
Political analyst John Deedy says with the multi-billion-dollar education spending plan facing pushback out of spending concerns, the governor is forced to reckon with the topic that's typically central to Democratic politics. Right now, Moore has yet to call for tax increases to foot the bill for his plans.
Long-term with the structural deficit, how do all these ideas fit in when, having maybe champagne taste and a year later you got a beer budget?
With a possible White House run on the horizon, Deedy says Democrats in other states are showing how investments can be made, while Maryland continues to grapple with the structural deficit in the future.
Gretchen Whitmer's announced, hey, community college, free now. In Maryland, we're cutting community college funding. It's all come down to results.
Deedy says Moore's state plan includes lofty rhetoric, but short on specific plans to pivot if necessary. And the vague plans, Deedy argues, is not by accident.
In many ways, he's thinking about a legacy already, but legacy long-term. Martin O'Malley used lofty rhetoric, but it didn't get him very far with presidential aspirations.
Monday, we sent Governor Moore's team a few questions about the state plan, asking, is there a price tag attached? Why did Governor Moore decide to unveil this plan given most of the details are included in his budget or the State of the State address? What accountability measures are in place if the key performance indicators listed in the plan are not met? Is there a time frame for those objectives to be met before something changes? Meanwhile, the dissecting continues for the governor's budget proposal, and the big question about tax hikes continues to loom over lawmakers.
You can snip a little bit on spending, but sooner or later you have to pay the bill.
The governor's team tells me there is not a new price tag associated with the state plan. Rather, some of the ideas are included in the governor's budget proposal. We know those details continue to be debated in Annapolis. As for the accountability metrics, the governor's team says they are standing up a performance cabinet to make sure the metrics are tracked and those goals are met. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
We are weather alert this morning, tracking that rain changing over to snow as we speak. We'll take a closer look at how long this is going to impact you.
Snow is coming down here in Taneytown, and it is sticking even on the roadways. Coming up, a live look at the conditions that could make for a messy commute this morning.
The 12-year-old who walks into an Anne Arundel County school with a loaded gun. And all of a sudden, we look at the law and we're like, oh, we can't do anything.
Today, there'll be a hearing to discuss state Republicans' juvenile crime plan. Coming up next, we're looking at how it compares to the Democrats' plan.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert this morning as the first winter storm of February is making its way through the Baltimore region with a mix of rain and snow.
In just a few minutes, we'll be checking back in with Shannon Lilly, joining us live from our Lens Solar Mobile Track with live updates on the road conditions.
Well, good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the rain will turn over to snow in your neighborhood.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that forecast.
Yeah, already seeing that, guys, right there in Taneytown in Carroll County. That's where we're actually seeing some of that snow accumulate, and that is a preview of what we could see over the next couple of hours here in Baltimore City and County. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, it's still rain as our temperatures have only dropped to 39 degrees, still above freezing, but that weather alert day, the timing coming next hour and basically through about 9-10 o'clock this morning, that burst of some heavy snow that could see some light accumulations in spots. Gusty wind as well, so the blowing rain and snow, something else you have to take into account. Let's show you some of those temperatures. We dropped to 36 in Westminster, 37 in Cockeysville, still only 42 in Annapolis, so really probably just going to be all rain for you there in Anne Arundel County. But look at some of the heavier rain moving through Baltimore City and moving out toward 695, the outer loop of the Beltway, out toward Perry Hall and White Marsh, Essex and Middle River, right up the 95 corridor, up toward Bel Air, Edgewood, and even up toward Aberdeen. That's where we're seeing some of that heavier snow continue into parts of Cecil County as well. And then right along the Maryland and PA line, look at that little strip of pink right there. That's where we're seeing that kind of changeover. Even though the radar is still showing green there in Carroll County, we saw with Shannon's shot that actually is that snow that is falling. And you can see further west, you go down through Hagerstown, more of that snow is accumulating at this time. But this system is a quick mover, so it's very possible in the next couple of hours the moisture kind of outruns the colder temperatures. That's what we'll continue to take a look at, and we'll show you another update in just a few.
Well, here's a list because of what Justin was just talking about, the latest school delays this morning. In the past 30 minutes, Howard County, Montgomery County, and Frederick all announcing 2-hour delays. Garrett County also went virtual synchronous learning today. A look at the list of those delays continues to run on your screen, and you can keep a track of all the school delays on our ticker. And you can head over to our website if you want to get another verification at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, now let's take a look at what is happening on the roads out there in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. One incident to report right now. We know of a single car accident that happened at 695 and Wilkins Avenue. Now it's been moved over to the shoulder. You see it there. Cars still getting by, but just take your time out on the roads. We've got Shannon Lilly tracking road conditions this morning from the mobile track. And Shannon, you've got pretty heavy snow coming. You're in Taneytown?
We are in Taneytown, Patrice, yes. And this all happened really in just a matter of a few minutes. It was heavy rain, and then all of a sudden, this snow that's coming down, it's sticking on the roadways, and it's making for some slick conditions. Actually, just up ahead of us, if you can see, that is a snow plow. So we have been seeing them out and about on the roads now, laying down that salt. But yeah, roadways, see, there's another one coming our way right now. But yeah, roadways are definitely slick right now and covered in snow. And you can see that it's accumulating even on our windshield here, a little bit when our wipers are moving. You can see how it's sticking there and sticking to the tops of some of these cars over on the sides of the road here. So it's really accumulating, making for a beautiful drive, a winter wonderland out here, really. These are pretty big flakes that we're seeing come down, but it is making for slick roadways. And you want to remember, if you are heading out this morning, give yourself extra time. Make sure that you're taking it slow. We've been feeling ourselves sliding around. We've been seeing other cars sliding around. So be sure you're leaving a lot of extra room between you and the car in front of you, and just be cautious as you head out this morning, because even in other parts of our area, we do expect that rain to potentially change over to this snow. So keep that in mind this morning. All right, Tom, Patrice, we'll send it back into you.
Thank you, Shannon. Anytime snow is in the forecast, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
New this morning, a new Gonzalez poll looks closer at the concerns about Maryland's transportation budget. Last month, the governor announced a restoration of $150 million in funding for the Department of Transportation to offset previous budget cuts. The poll asked voters if they support or oppose raising the sales tax from 6% to 7% to fund those transportation projects.
Well, statewide, 37% support the rise, while 60% oppose. 3% provided no answer. By party, 53% of Democrats support taking sales tax from 6 to 7% to fund the transportation, while 86% of Republicans oppose. Among independents, 26% support, 71 oppose. You can stay with us this morning because in our 8 o'clock hour, pollster Patrick Gonzalez will be joining us live here in studio, discussing more about the questions that were asked in the polls, including how people feel about raising the sales tax to fund transportation projects.
Happening today, a Senate committee is set to discuss a juvenile crime plan from Republicans in Annapolis.
Olivia Dan joining us live now with more details on the Republican plans. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the Republicans' plans are similar to Democrats' crime plan, which includes reforming the Department of Juvenile Services and the state's probation process. Now, the plans would bring changes to juvenile justice centers all across the state, including right here in Baltimore. And this center here has raised several concerns. A Senate committee is set to discuss these plans later today, but one bill in the Republicans' plan focuses on the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act and allowing parents to have a bigger say when their child is questioned by police.
Most parents want their kids to get out of trouble, and they'd rather have the kids tell the police the truth and then deal with it back at home as a family than to have the juvenile being advised by some lawyer they've never met and just talk to over the telephone.
Now, changes to the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act were not included in the Democrats' crime plan. Also happening today, Democratic Senator Jill Carter is expected to propose a bill calling for child in need of supervision or SINS petitions to be required in certain circumstances. But Republican Delegate Robin Grammer says the issues go way beyond just petitions.
And frankly, I think rather than picking crime by crime, we need something in place that if we have a youth that's committing crimes over and over again, we allow law enforcement to approach, arrest that youth, and bring them in so we can provide them diversion programs like we could in the past.
And of course, we'll be closely following these hearings today, and you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News demanding answers after an investigation found millions of city dollars are going to nonprofits who are not in compliance with the state. Still ahead, we bring our questions directly to City Council.
And right now, a major winter storm is hitting New England. We are tracking the potentially dangerous conditions, taking you there live as we're starting to see snowfall there in New York City.
And snow falling for us, at least in Carroll County, and we have now seen that changeover. It's starting to happen as we speak. You can see right there on our HD radar that green changing to pink to blue. This is what's going to be taking place over the next couple of hours. We're back with your weather alert right here on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
6:11 now. We are tracking a nor'easter blasting the New England region with potentially dangerous travel conditions.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen with the impacts being felt right now. Megan.
It's happening, guys. Right now, more than 35 million people, take a look, from West Virginia to Maine are under winter storm alerts. You're actually taking a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar right there. Forecasters predicting, guys, heavy snow and powerful winds will significantly impact travel today, especially along the 95 corridor. Check out the latest snow predictions here across the New England area. Look at that. Some cities projected to get nearly a foot of snow. We want to take you live here this morning to Boston. The city now under a snow emergency. It's been pretty quiet out there right now this morning, but school is already closed in preparation. The mayor warning residents to stay off the roads if possible. Not a lot of folks listening to that. We've seen a lot of morning commuters already out there this morning. They are forecasted to see the highest snow they've seen there in over 2 years. Now, this major storm already causing trouble for flyers. Take a look at this. So far, we are seeing more than 100 flights canceled out of Boston. We're seeing 167 out of LaGuardia there. This is according to the tracking website FlightAware. Let's go ahead and take you live now to New York City here this morning. We can see the snow falling right there as you take a live look just outside of Radio City there. They're having schools closed today, many moving to remote learning, but that could be disrupted as communities are bracing for power outages. I've got another shot. Look at this. This is from the Freedom Tower in New York City, where you can see that snow really falling there. Here, I'll try to refresh this so you can actually see it. It froze because it's so cold out there. We're going to get it for you. Look at that. Snowflakes in the air. They're expected to top 6 to 10 inches already falling out there right now. Falling as fast as 2 inches per hour at the storm's peak. And again, obviously having issues there from the tower shot. This is the same storm, guys, that is bringing snow to our region here this morning. You see that mess over Maryland. We need to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers to paint the picture for us of what that's going to look like and when here in our region.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mess, and it's going to be a mess out there as well, because we're talking about the slushy conditions. We've seen the snow sticking and accumulating in Carroll County. This is that radar picture, and Jasmine and I, the Weather Authority team, continue to track this here backstage
and show how much is it,
and show you exactly. That's what there's the live shot in Tawnytown, where we're out there with our Len Stoller mobile track. But throw that radar back up. Look at that. So right now, this is that changeover that we've been talking about happening, and we said about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning it would happen. So you're seeing that green change to kind of a pink and a blue. That's the rain snow mix in Cockeysville and Towson. The further north and west you go, we're seeing it kind of that light blue. That's the actual snow, and you can really see that changeover there happening in Carroll County and back into Frederick County as well. So all of this is going to be changing over the next couple of hours. Our temperatures, however, they're still above freezing. 37 Cockeysville, Towson, 39 in Baltimore City and Brooklyn Park. So those numbers will keep going down. Don't know if it's going to get right to 32 in the next few hours, but it's going to be that burst of some heavy snow, and that's what's going to continue to cause us some issues, especially as we get into that heart of the commute. So we'll keep you updated, give you another update, my full Weather Authority forecast in just a few.
How to pivot from a damaging assessment of President Biden's age and mental fitness. I'm Christine Frizzell with the latest from critics and the White House.
And state lawmakers are taking action after a Project Baltimore investigation found a juvenile responsible for a rape is allowed to attend a Baltimore City school. The progress that's been made since that news first broke. 6:15, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your election 2024 coverage, new fallout from the report from special counsel Robert Hur. It detailed multiple examples of President Biden's memory loss.
Christine Frizzell brings us a look at the response from critics and supporters and the president himself.
Hello, hello, hello.
The White House on damage control, following a week that brought Joe Biden some legal relief that he won't be charged for mishandling classified documents, but ushered in a different kind of trouble.
I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that.
Special counsel Robert Hur's report detailing specific examples of the president's memory loss that he did not remember even within several years when his son Beau died. First Lady Jill Biden in an email writing, "If you've experienced a loss like that, you know you don't measure it in years. You measure it in grief." As many now call the Hur report politically motivated and flat out wrong.
And this kind of sense that he's not ready for this job is just a bucket of BS that's so deep, your boots will get stuck in it.
But the Washington Post reports top Biden donors were fielding calls and text messages from anxious Democrats, asking if other Democrats still had time to jump into the presidential race. As a new ABC News Ipsos poll found, 86% of those surveyed say Joe Biden is too old to serve another term. 62% said so of Donald Trump. One strategy? To turn the spotlight around to the other guy.
Donald Trump is undermining rule of law, democracy, and our safety as a nation.
But the Republican National Committee has already put together a video of examples in which Biden appears to forget what he's saying.
I was just thinking, anyway.
Other critics suggest Biden's mental fitness puts our national security at risk.
I cannot stress to you the importance that the world is on fire right now. And if we're not projecting strength, but rather weakness, it only invites aggression and conflict and war.
It's prompted calls by some on the right to call for President Biden to step aside in the 2024 presidential campaign. The question now is if some on the left will follow. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
We are weather alert today, and we want to get right over to the team of meteorologists that are here today.
That's right. Jasmine Lomax here. She's working behind the scenes over there. Justin Chambers is here. He's got the full Weather Authority forecast. And now, Justin, the parents are starting to wonder, we have all these 2-hour delays. Are these going to go over to some closures in those counties?
That's a great question, Patrice. Tom, good morning to both of you. I mean, we have the shot that, Shannon was showing us up there in Taneytown. So there's definitely snow that is accumulating on the ground. In terms of, how much, probably not much more than what we're seeing right there. It's going to be a slushy mess. The thing is that later this morning, our temperatures are not really going to drop to overly cold numbers. They're kind of hovering right near freezing for parts of the area, and we'll show you that in a moment. But as we get to the afternoon, we're actually going to see 40s. We'll see sunshine, and then we'll drying out and kind of melting any of that snow that is there right now. So it's still rain for you in Towson, but maybe seeing a few wet flakes rolling in there at this time. 39 is your current temperature. Look at that wind. Northeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So it feels like the lower 30s. And the wind blowing the rain and blowing some of that snow around. So the rain changing to snow, especially right now and into the next couple of hours. The gusty wind and the colder temperatures, all what we're dealing with at this time. So here's the statewide temperature map. 33 Cumberland and Hagerstown, 34 Frederick, 36 in Westminster, and some lower 40s in Annapolis and areas south out toward the eastern shore. Let's take a look at road temperatures, and this is where we can actually see what's going on with a lot of those blues near freezing up in Cockeysville, Moncton. You're seeing some light accumulations there in northern Baltimore County. 33 Bel Air, Aberdeen, Essex, Middle River still in the mid-30s down through Baltimore City and Brooklyn Park. And then the further south you go, it's more of that milder air where we're seeing the rain. But this is the latest HD radar. You can start to see that changeover. That all green is kind of that pink right there from Cockeysville out toward Bel Air. Edgewood, Aberdeen, you're still hanging on to some moderate to heavy rain. But notice even in Baltimore City, the rain is starting to let up just a little bit. But when you go to the north and west, up in parts of northern Baltimore and Carroll County, there it is right there. I mean, you can see that Westminster back into Taneytown where we're seeing that snow that is actually sticking. Let's zoom out a little bit farther and show you what's going on the western part of our state. We're seeing that good amount of snow there, and kind of the back edge of this down to Front Royal and down through D.C. We're getting a little bit of a break in that rain or the precipitation that's falling. How much of this will kind of redevelop as this area of low pressure tracks to the north and the east is going to be the big question as to what we'll get. But the backside of that system has already moved through Charleston, West Virginia. It's kind of right there on the state line there, Maryland and West Virginia at this time in Garrett County. That's going to continue to move toward the north and to the east. There's the low right there, that big L. So it's a quick moving system in terms of the impacts. It's mainly going to be that slushy, wet stuff that we'll see around Baltimore City and County over the next couple of hours. So weather alert day today. We're all good tomorrow. The only alert tomorrow is that it's Valentine's Day, friends. And our temperatures are going to be in the mid 40s, lower 50s on Thursday. Overall, a pretty quiet end to our week. Another system comes in Saturday, and that could bring a little bit of a rain snow mix, but it does not look anything like this system that we're seeing here today. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. There are a couple of accidents on the roads this morning. One of the accidents on the 695 outer loop in Pikesville. It's near Reisterstown Road. It has been moved over to the right shoulder, so you're still getting by, but that is going on there. The other accident, 695 in Wilkins Avenue, you see that at the bottom left there. You see the lights flashing, but traffic's still moving. Then we've got a third accident. It's in Dundalk, 695 inner loop right near Broning Highway, and there is one vehicle involved. So again, the roads are slick out there and in some areas beginning to turn to slush. So give yourself plenty of extra time. Use some caution as you're driving out there. Now, we want to get a check of mass transit with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the BART train system, we've got 10 train 511, Camden train 845, both running with 5-minute delays, and Brunswick 874 with a 10-minute delay. Allow time in those instances. Light rail on time, but Metro Subway is experiencing a 10-minute delay in both directions of that service. Do allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Chewing tobacco may become a thing of the past in Baltimore stadiums, including for players. How the city council is taking action.
Baltimore officials have yet to justify why millions of dollars have been given to non-compliant nonprofits. Coming up next, the questions that some city council members are now asking.
It is looking like a winter wonderland here in Taneytown. The snow is actually sticking on the ground here. Coming up, we're going to give you a closer look at the conditions and what you can expect as you head out on your morning commute.
Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert all morning long as the storm system pushes across our state. It started with some heavy rain and is now, as you can tell, changing over to snow in our viewing area.
That's right. And of course, slushy and slick roadways are always possible. That is impacted by a heavy burst of snow, so make sure you're careful when you're driving to work this morning. We've already seen several accidents.
In just a few minutes, we'll get a live update on the road conditions from our Len Stoller mobile track and Shan Lilly, who's been out and about in it.
Well, the Chiefs take home another Super Bowl title, but good news if you are a Ravens fan. Still to come, the Flock's odds to walk away with the Lombardi Trophy next season.
It is chilly out here and the snow is sticking on the ground. Looking like a winter wonderland here in Tawny Town. And we're going to have a closer look at these conditions coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists continue tracking this winter storm system that's heading, well, it's across our area now and maybe even leaving soon.
Left look at the screen there, a live look at your Weather Authority HD radar. On the top right, you've got a live look over the Inner Harbor, and then the bottom left, that's a live look over Towson. And in just a few minutes, we're going to go back out to Shannon Lilly, who is joining us live. She's been driving around the Len Stoller mobile track and looking at road conditions, but she was in Tawnytown last time we saw her, and it was snowy. Well, good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. Welcome back to all of you. 6:32 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Last time we had snow and Shanley was out there, she was trying to figure out how to build a snowman. This snow seems like it's going to be better for her to do it.
I don't know if there's going to be enough. She can build like a mini snowman, like just, you know. something
Snow
like
pets.
that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
That was our practice run in January, right? Yeah, I mean, remember we had that snow about a month ago is when we had that last actual kind of winter storm, and we're dealing with at least a winter-ish part of a storm here for this morning. This is what it looks like on our HD radar. Those pink areas for Cockeysville out to Bel Air changing over to kind of that rain-snow mix, and then the further north you go, the blue is actual snow. We're getting some reports of some sleet out in Essex and Middle River, so thank you for that, Sandy. Also, Tom was talking about how he's getting some snow that's accumulating right there in northern Baltimore County. Also, we've seen those shots in Carroll County. But notice as we pull out here, or we zoom over to the right, you can actually see the kind of white and the blue areas. That's the actual snow. But as you pull out a little bit farther to the south, we're getting a break from the rain and the snow from Laurel down to D.C. But notice on the left there, moving over from Frederick to Gaithersburg, it's all rain right now. We'll see if that actually tracks up the 95 and into our region as those temperatures continue to drop. Most of us are still well above freezing, so not getting the actual heavy snow that New York and Boston are going to see here this morning, thankfully, but still a yellow light. As Mr. Bo says, take it slow. Those roads are wet and could be slushy as we get into the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, so we are tracking school delays that have been coming in this morning. Now, in the past hour or so, Howard County schools, Montgomery County schools, and Frederick County schools announced they were on a 2-hour delay, which is added to this current list already. So you've got Baltimore County, Carroll County, Cecil County, Frederick County schools all on a 2-hour delay, along with those ones that are now added. Garrett County schools are virtual. Harford County schools now saying they're going virtual. And again, Howard and Montgomery, 2-hour delays. You can keep track of all the school closings and delays on our ticker, or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Jen Lilly joining us live from northern Carroll County in Tawnytown, where when you were driving through Carroll County, it was going from rain to snow, and now it looks like it is all snow, and it is a fun snow, right, Shannon?
It's all snow, yes, definitely. I would say kind of fun. It still feels a little bit slushy, definitely big snowflakes falling. It is looking like a winter wonderland here. You can see how it's sticking, too. It's accumulating on my umbrella, and it's sticking to our Lens Solar mobile track. We've been here for just 30 minutes, and you can see already what's accumulated on the top of the car, here on the window, on the mirrors here too as well. So yeah, we've definitely seen this change a whole lot just within the last hour or so. But it is still a bit of a slushy snow. So if I show you just underneath what's here on the ground, this is kind of an empty parking lot, and you can see there's a little bit of that slush on the ground. So it's a very wet, slushy type snow. It feels very cold as it's coming down. That's why I have my umbrella here. You'll get kind of soaked if you just stand out in it. And you can see, though, just how much is accumulated on the cars here in this empty parking lot. So I did want to show you how much accumulation that we are seeing, and that is making for slick roadways. So please keep that in mind as you head out this morning. Be careful. All right, guys, we'll send it back into you.
All right, so let's see what's happening in Baltimore City. A lot of people on Facebook have been asking, well, what's happening with the city and what about schools there? They're not closed or delayed. Olivia Dance joining us now live. And Olivia, no snow, but you've been in rain all morning.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Definitely not a winter wonderland here in downtown Baltimore, but we are seeing a lot of rain, and it's been lighting up a little bit, and then it picks right back up again. Right now, we're kind of in a lull, but I mean, we've just been getting dumped on all morning. So take a look behind us at City Hall in downtown Baltimore. Traffic picking up just a little bit. The roads are fine right here, though, where we are not seeing too much flooding. But I will tell you, I was hydroplaning, having to take it very slow driving into downtown Baltimore earlier this morning. But again, we're really just seeing rain. Over this way is actually one of the city gas stations. So this is where all the city vehicles go to refill their gas. We saw several plow trucks and salt trucks over there this morning. So probably getting prepared for any possible snow. But again, right now we're just seeing rain. About an hour ago, we did start to see some of the rain change over to more of a freezing rain, but then it quickly turned back to the rain that we're seeing right now. So if you are out and about, definitely want to take it slow because the roads are wet and slippery, but not seeing any snow yet. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. Here's a live look now this morning. Well, you can also find more about our Weather Authority app just by downloading the FOX45 weather app. Just search WBFF to get started. That'll give you all the updates that you need. Now we want to give you a look now from Baltimore County. If we could pull up our photographer, Sean, his shot right here, and you can see he's in the Hunt Valley area right near Shawan Road and 83 as he's been watching some rain and then snowflakes starting to fall there, but it's getting a lot heavier north of that in the Hereford zone. Snow accumulating there, and 83's got some issues northbound and southbound traffic-wise because of the snow accumulation.
Meantime, take two. As House Republicans get ready for another vote to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary, what Alejandro Mayorkas is accused of doing and how today's vote is likely to play out.
And lawmakers will sit down later today to discuss more how to curb youth violence. Just ahead, what the Republican plans are focused on. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.41 is your time right now. Our weather alert day continues tracking this weather maker that is bringing a lot of wet weather and flaky weather as well. This is the HD radar. We're actually getting a little bit of a break from D.C. up into Baltimore, but you're still getting some of those wet snowflakes and that slushiness that we were talking about up in Carroll County, where Shannon Lilly has been live this morning. Notice our temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 30s, but they're dropping. These temperatures are as we get the sun up here in just the next couple of hours. Still going to be cloudy, but we actually will see more sun by the later part of the afternoon, but probably an indoor run or jog on the treadmill this morning because you don't want to be out in all this stuff. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now and talk about a drier rest of your week.
Thank you, Justin. House Republicans are gearing up for another vote today to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with how this is all expected to play out this time around. Megan.
Yeah, here we go again, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where today's vote is take two. After last week's vote failed, it was a surprise outcome. 214 lawmakers voting for impeachment, 216 voting against it. This all comes, guys, after a months-long investigation. The articles allege that Mayorkas, quote, willfully and systematically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, something that Mayorkas continues to deny. The big difference Republicans are counting on today, coming from Majority Leader Steve Scalise there. The Louisiana Republican missed last week's vote because he was getting treatment for cancer. Ultimately, if the House succeeds in impeaching Mayorkas today, the charges against him would then go to the Senate for a trial. But guys, at this point, neither Democratic nor Republican senators have shown any interest in the matter, and it could end up being shelved to a committee. For now, we'll keep you posted right here from our live center as today's vote gets underway.
Governor Moore's approval rating falls. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, we're diving deeper into the numbers behind Marylanders' take on how good of a job he is doing.
Keeping you informed before and when you get behind the wheel. We're on the roads in our weather alert tracking road conditions that you will face this morning for your morning commute. Yeah, you're on board and you see the flakes falling right there, and there are a lot of accidents this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
.646, Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert this morning as we continue to track this winter storm system. We want to go out live to Shannon Lilly, who is joining us from our Lynn Stoller mobile track back out on the roads this morning. And Shannon, how is this commute? How's this drive?
It's not great, Patrice. Definitely a messy commute. The roads have been treated some. We have seen them laying down that salt, but it is still slick. And you can see by the cars in front of me going very slow here, just taking it slow, being cautious, and that's what you want to do if you're heading out this morning. And I will say, I heard you guys talking earlier about the snowman making. I would not say this is snowman making snow. It's very slushy, even underneath what we're seeing that's sticking. And so it's a very wet, kind of slushy snow. But we are seeing these big flakes fall and stick. And so just keep that in mind as you head out this morning. Make sure you take your time, give yourself extra time, and get all of that snow off of your car before you leave. All right, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Now we want to get a check of what it looks like in Baltimore City. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning, where it was heavy rain before, kind of softened, it sounds like, at least, Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, the rain has definitely lightened up a little bit. We're not seeing a winter wonderland like Shannon is, but we have seen some pretty heavy rain this morning. So I have my rain jacket on, the umbrella, of course. You're definitely going to want to pack those before you head out this morning. Downtown Baltimore and City Hall just behind us here. Traffic is picking up, but the roads, at least right here downtown, seem pretty good. We're not seeing really any flooding, a few puddles on the side of the road, but driving in this morning to downtown was, the roads were not great. I was hydroplaning a little bit and I was going well below the speed limit. So during your commute this morning, just take it slow. Again, you want to pack that umbrella, but here in Baltimore, we're just seeing rain and no snow so far, but we did see some freezing rain, but now it's back to just regular rain. So we'll keep monitoring the conditions, but I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Olivia. We have some breaking news. The Senate passing an aid package for Ukraine and other countries.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what this all includes.
Something we've been waiting for, guys. In fact, we are taking you live to the Senate floor. Senators still there negotiating on other things right now. But what they did do is just a little while ago pass a $95.3 billion aid package, guys. This is for Ukraine, for Israel, and Taiwan. This bill pushing ahead after months of difficult negotiations and, of course, amid growing political divisions in the Republican Party over the role of the United States abroad. Again, this bill, this funding aid package bill, just passing. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. Tom, Patrice.
Carroll County just switched over to closed today for schools as we're adding this list and constantly updating it all morning long.
Let's head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with his full weather authority forecast, and we were wondering if that would start to happen.
Yep, and that's what we're seeing there. I mean, these counties just kind of making the decision to make sure those kids stay home and not have to worry about standing in the snow and the buses out there and everything traipsing around through all that fun stuff. Now, we saw that shot from Shannon, and this is a live look over downtown Baltimore. Even Olivia's shot kind of looks like this. It's a lot calmer. The heaviest rain has definitely stopped for now, but it's that rain changing to snow, which is why we're in that weather alert mode. And we're still going to see that potential here over the next couple of hours. Wind is going to pick up. You kind of felt that or heard that on Olivia's shot, holding onto that umbrella, and that wind is making it feel colder than it is. These are the current road temperatures, and notice a lot of those road temperatures have dropped near that freezing mark. Moncton, Cockeysville, over to Bel Air, 32 degrees. Same thing for you at Aberdeen, but in Baltimore, Brooklyn Park, Essex, Middle River, still in the mid-30s in terms of those road temperatures. So we saw the heavy rain overnight, definitely still ponding on the roadways you have to deal with, but look at that rain is moving out of here. Now let's focus on where the snow is, and that's kind of just north of Moncton up toward areas here right along the PA line. Northern Baltimore County, right across into northern Carroll County, down into Westminster now. We saw it start in Taneytown, but now all of us there are seeing that snow that's actually sticking as well. And then when you zoom out, you can see some of the heavier snow back toward western Maryland as well. But notice this break right here for Baltimore all the way down through D.C. So this is a nice little dry spot. Temporary, as more of that rain is going to start to develop from the district and kind of move from west to east. And what is the big question is what's going to happen with this area of low pressure as it drives further to the north and to the east with this wraparound moisture and those temperatures dropping. That's that burst of snow that we are talking about that could be taking place here in Baltimore City and County and other areas as this area of low pressure tracks away from us. So we still have the winter weather advisory. This goes for all of us here in the purple until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Notice Anne Arundel County and Kent County, Queen Anne's County, Talbot, Caroline County, not in that winter weather advisory. But all the rest of our counties here in our viewing area are under the winter weather advisory. This is the latest run of the HRRR. This is the high resolution rapid refresh. This updates every hour. And notice the next couple of hours, we still see that blue right there, even through 9 a.m. And even if we don't get that the heavy snow that sticks, we're definitely going to get that wet, slushy snow. By 10 a.m., it looks to see that we'll move the 83 and 95 corridor and eventually push out of here. And by noon, we're dry. And 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, we expect to see some sunshine, albeit windy and feeling colder than those highs that'll be in the 40s for the afternoon. So overall, as the kids head out to school, if they are going to school today, beep, beep, just make sure they are good to go and properly prepared for what is to come this morning and for the afternoon as well. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So weather alert day to date, back to drier conditions for Valentine's Day tomorrow. Rest of this week looks pretty quiet. We do have another system that's coming in on Saturday morning that'll bring the potential for a rain-snow mix, but doesn't look nearly as big as the system we're tracking right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. If you see heavy rain or snow in your area, we'd love to see it. Send us your favorite snow pictures and videos by scanning the QR code on your screen. And you can also head to foxbaltimore.com and click on the Chime In tab to also make your submissions. Girls, they want to have fun, and what better way than celebrating Galentine's Day? Mark Clark will be demonstrating some drinks that you can try tonight with a Galentine's get-together.
Of course he will. We are weather alert this morning as Frederick County, along with Carroll County, just went to close today. That list continues to be updated. How this winter storm could impact your Valentine's Day plans.
And I don't know if we're going to have the drinks that Mark will have, but on a snowy day like this, you just want to cuddle up inside and have a cup of coffee.
It's time for a coffee break.
Fox 45 Morning News is keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists continues to track a winter storm system that is moving through our region.
Yeah, you can see it on the left right there on the screen. Live look at our Weather Authority radar, which is in HD. Then on the top right, a live look over the Inner Harbor. The bottom, live look over Towson. Now, in just a few minutes, Jen Lilly will be joining us live from Lenstoller Mobile Track. She's been cruising around Carroll County and is showing us all the different conditions that one county's been facing.
And then we've got a live look from our photojournalist who is out in the Hunt Valley area right near Schwann Road right now, checking out conditions, and it just looks pretty there as the snow is coming down. Remember, anytime snow is in the forecast, you can always stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Now, if you watch the Super Bowl, you probably noticed multiple commercials for a company called Temu, an online retailer known for extremely low prices and some argue low quality.
Well, I don't know. You can buy like a house for $3 on there. The company also at the center of a years-long investigation by Congress and lawsuits for alleged connections to slave labor and violating users' privacy.
Well, this morning, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a closer look at the brand behind the Super Bowl ads.
Shop like a billionaire. That's online retailer Temu's pitch to Super Bowl viewers who caught one of their 5 ads during Sunday's coverage. Telling viewers to download their app, where they'll find products for insanely low prices. A 3-piece suit for about $53, high heels for $16, a new dining set for less than $8. Deals too good to be true, if you ask U.S. officials scrutinizing Temu's alleged ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Temu is operated by PDD Holdings, a firm registered in the Cayman Islands with operations in China, raising the same concerns associated with TikTok, as the Chinese government requires by law that all organizations cooperate with intelligence operations.
It gives them the ability to control data collection on millions of users, which could be used for all sorts of intelligence operations or influence operations.
Sunday night, Congresswoman Kat Kammack wrote, "The Super Bowl having a CCP-owned Temu commercial air should be a wake-up call to all Americans." This class action lawsuit alleges Temu violates user privacy by using low-cost Chinese-made goods to lure users into unknowingly providing unwarranted and broad-ranging access to their private data in ways that are deceptive. A separate allegation comes with a human cost. According to interim findings from an investigation by the House Select Committee on China, Temu is doing next to nothing to keep its supply chains free from slave labor, in part by not banning products that come from the Xinjiang Autonomous Region of China, where the U.S. State Department says the Chinese government has committed crimes against humanity, including forced labor against Uyghurs and other minority groups. Temu did not respond to our request for comment. And as of Monday afternoon, it was in the top 5 most downloaded apps in both the Apple and Google app stores. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
All right, we're weather alert today, tracking that potential for more of the rain that we're seeing around, changing over to snow here in the next couple of hours. We'll keep our eyes on it and give you the very latest updates.
Plows are out and the snow is really coming down here on York Road in Carroll County. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at these conditions that could make for a messy commute this morning.
Pack the umbrella this morning because it's been raining on and off in Baltimore. Coming up next, we're tracking when that rain could soon turn to snow.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists are tracking a system bringing some heavy rain and maybe even some slushy snow to parts of the state. We have live team coverage for you this morning. On the top left of your screen right there, a live look over Towson where things are calm for now. And you can see some rain there. Then we have a live look from our mobile track where Shannon Lilly has been driving around in Carroll County from Taneytown into Westminster, and she's cruising around there. Megan Gillen is live in our studio this morning with how this nor'easter is impacting other parts of the country.
On the bottom left of your screen, we have a live look from the Inner Harbor this morning. We're going to get an update from Olivia Dance, who is in the city in just a moment. Our HD Weather Authority radar is showing the system moving in from the west. And we're going to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers to see just what is happening on the roads, how much longer this is going to be around, and the rain dance, snow dance that the kids did yesterday, obviously working.
At least for some of the schools, right? Yeah, because we have some of those closures now, no longer delays, all those on the bottom of your screen, and we'll be talking about that throughout the course of the morning. But the timing is kind of right now, and we're kind of watching some of that changeover. It happened, I'd say, about an hour ago, especially in Carroll County, and continuing to see that snow that is falling there and accumulating. Most of us around Baltimore City and County are getting a little bit of a break. You can see that rain has moved out of here, so we're taking a break break temporarily, but there's definitely more moisture out there. And you can see as we zoom a little bit closer to Carroll County, Westminster, Manchester, Tawnytown, all those areas, even down to Eldersburg, we're seeing some snow showers there. When you zoom out, you see what's just to the west of D.C. and then over towards Sterling, Virginia. So it's all rain there as we have the warmer air in place. But as that moisture passes through from west to east, we could get some more of that dynamically cooled air, and that will help to bring the potential for some snow. Now, our temperatures are still above freezing in Baltimore City to Brooklyn Park, but look, it's colder in Cockeysville and Towson with temps in the low to mid 30s. So we are seeing some flakes and even some light accumulations for you. Definitely a yellow light, if not a red light. Just make sure to take it real slow as you're heading out. Mr. Bowe says take it slow this morning because those roads, even if they're not snowy, they are definitely wet. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. And what's the latest, Tom, on those roads?
Actually, really a lot of issues happening right now in Cecil County. You're taking a live look here at some of the markers that are on your screen. This is around the inner and outer loop in the Baltimore area, but top right before you see the lenstoller.com traffic network on our screen, above that, there are some road closures. 95 is looking like a mess there. In fact, we've got 95 right at Maryland in Northeast Road right there, Maryland 100. It is northbound lanes are closed. We also have another incident, one vehicle involved right before you get to 272. That also is shutting it down. Then we have 95 North right at the Chesapeake House service area. Also another area where there's multiple vehicles in an accident there. And there's a weather closure just off in Childs, Maryland. That's all in Cecil County. Well, now we want to get out to Shannon Lilly. She has been driving around, my goodness, look at this, Carroll County, and you were in Tawnytown earlier, Shannon. I know you keep moving around, which is great, so you can show us all the differences here with the accumulating snowfall. So where exactly are you now?
So we're now, Tom, on Black Schoolhouse Road. We just got off of Francis Scott Key Highway, and we are heading towards east, towards Union Mills. So, yeah, you can see it looks pretty eerie, almost a winter wonderland, but definitely dicey on the roadways. We are feeling that snow and kind of hearing it as it goes up underneath our car there. We're having to watch for these big chunks kind of move over to different sides of the road. So this is definitely a secondary road that does not appear to have been treated, and we are really feeling it, feeling that sliding happening. So if you're on any roads like this, just expect that it likely will not be treated. And you can see how much snow has accumulated on the roadways, on the trees beside us. Definitely looking very wintry out here and feeling like it too. You definitely want to use caution. When we were on kind of more of the major roads, we were seeing a lot of the snow plows out, and so roads are in the process of being treated right now. We are seeing that salt being laid down, but just expect that a lot of these roads are not being treated, and so keep that in mind as you head out and just drive with extra caution. But yeah, we're going to continue to stay out here and track these conditions. Like I said, we're heading over to Union Mills to see how it looks over there, so we'll have an update when we check in next. But for now, we'll send it back into you guys.
All right. I mean, it's snow covered, and it's beautiful. It is a very pretty shot as she's driving through, but just use the caution. Now, let's talk about a tale of two cities, because completely different conditions here in the city in Baltimore. Olivia Dance joining us live now, and couldn't be more different than what we're seeing out in Carroll County, Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, definitely not a winter wonderland here in Baltimore. I actually don't even need the umbrella right now, but I've just been carrying it around because the rain kind of stops and then it starts again. We've been getting rained on all morning, so definitely want to pack this before you go. But really, the roads are clear here. That's City Hall and downtown Baltimore there. We've been seeing traffic pick up, really just seeing some water pooling on the sides of the roads this morning when the rain starts to pick up, but really the roads aren't too much of an issue right now. I will say, though, driving into downtown Baltimore this morning, I was hydroplaning. It was very hard to see and the roads were slippery. So if you are out and about for your morning commute, just take it slow because this rain kind of comes up on you out of nowhere. I'll also say that right over here, this right where those trash trucks are, that's actually the city gas station. So that's where all the city vehicles go to get more gas. We saw several plow trucks refueling up this morning, so they're probably getting prepared just in case there is any snow. But again, right now we're just seeing a drizzle. We did see some freezing rain, but then it went right back to regular rain, and now again really the rain has come to a stop. So we'll keep tracking these conditions, but all clear right now. Back to you guys.
All right, Olivia. So depending on where you are, you may have more snow on the road. So a warning for you as you head out into the wintry mix. AAA says if you can stay home, whenever there's weather like this, always better to do that. Stay off the roads if you can. But if you have to go out, take it slow. You're also going to want to increase your following distance by at least 5 to 6 seconds. Don't ride right on the back of a person in front of you. And when you brake, you need to do that slowly to reduce your risk of sliding.
And again, we were tracking the school delays and a lot of closures now. In fact, let's talk about the delays. You see them on your screen. Baltimore County, Howard, and Montgomery County, they are 2-hour delay still this morning. Now to the closures. And we start with, as you can see here, the closures. We have Allegheny, Carroll, Cecil, Frederick, and Washington counties. They're all closed today with virtual Harford County and Garrett counties. And of course, that's updated throughout the morning here. As you can see our screens, and on the lower screens, a ticker there that will be updated. But those moving from closings or delays to closures, so that's updated list as of 7:07 this morning. Anytime snow is in the forecast, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
New this morning, a new Gonzalez poll looks at concerns about Maryland's transportation budget. Last month, the governor announced a restoration of $150 million in funding for the Department of Transportation to offset previous budget cuts. The poll asked voters if they support or oppose raising the sales tax from 6% to 7% to fund those transportation projects. Statewide, 37% support the raise, while 60% oppose. 3% provided no answer. By party, 53% of Democrats support taking sales tax from 6 to 7% to fund the transportation, while 86% of Republicans oppose. Among independents, 26% support and 71% oppose.
Well, turning now to transportation funding priorities. Statewide, 64% say maintaining and improving roads and bridges in Maryland should receive higher priority regarding transportation funding, while 26% believe maintaining and improving mass transit in Maryland is the greater urgency for transportation funding. Out of the 64% of voters that want to prioritize road and bridges, 56% Democrat, 82% Republican, 62% are independent. Out of the 26% of voters that want to prioritize mass transit, 34% Democrat, 8% Republican, 25% independent. You can stay with us this morning because coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, pollster Patrick Gonzalez will be joining us live in studio discussing more about the questions that were asked in his poll.
Well, we've got our snow here, but we're also tracking a nor'easter that is actually blasting the New England region with potentially dangerous travel conditions.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen with the impacts being felt right now. Megan.
Yeah, they're getting hit right now. More than 35 million people, guys, from West Virginia to Maine are under winter storm alerts. You're taking a live look at our Weather Authority HD radar here. Forecasters predicting heavy snow, powerful winds will significantly impact travel today, especially along the 95 corridor as we zoom in right there. And check out the latest snow predictions across the New England area. Some cities are projected to get nearly a foot of snow here over the next few hours. We want to take you live to Boston here this morning. Quiet there now that they are under snow emergencies in preparation of what's to come there very soon. School closed there. The mayor warning residents to stay off the roads if possible. They're not heeding that warning, though. We've seen a lot of morning commuters heading out, hitting the roads. We know snow predictions today are forecasted to be the highest they've seen there in Boston in over 2 years. This major storm already causing many issues for flyers. So far this morning, we're seeing more than 100 flights. You can see 103 coming out of Boston. New York's LaGuardia, 179 canceled flights there, 12 delayed. This is according to the flight tracking website, FlightAware, here this morning. Taking you live now to New York City. We've been watching that snowfall there for about an hour there, live from Times Square. We know schools have been closed. Many are moving to remote learning. But, guys, that could be disrupted because we know communities in New York are bracing for power outages. Snow totals there expected to top 6 to 10 inches, falling as fast as 2 inches per hour at the storm's peak here. One more live look that we found here. This is coming out of Philadelphia, and we're seeing the snow falling there as well. That New York, Philly area really seeing the major impacts right now. And guys, as we look at our radar, that storm is the same system that is impacting us here today, which means We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the impacts that we're going to be seeing here over the next few hours, Justin.
Hey, Meg, you mentioned school closures. We just got an update right now. Baltimore County has now gone to close. They were on a 2-hour delay. Again, Baltimore County now closed for the day. The full list of closures on our website and on the bottom of your screen. Those will update, and they've been kind of updating fast and furiously this morning as the storm continues to move in. Now, this is a live look here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in the Towson region. Still some very wet roads, but we saw from Olivia's live shot that rain is taking a break, at least temporarily, in Baltimore City. These are the temperatures here. 38 in Baltimore, freezing near Cumberland, 44 Salisbury. So, and you can see those numbers in New York and Philly that Meg was just talking about, all the way up into Boston in the 30s this morning. So that's where we're seeing that storm system. But here's a look here as we zoom into our HD radar. And you can see that snow, Cockeysville, Jarrettsville, all the way up toward Bel Air, all the way up toward Northeast and Cecil County as well. And then back to the west, we're seeing that there in Carroll County. That's where we first started to see that changeover. And now all of us are getting in on some of that colder air. What we have to watch for is this system right there to the south and west of D.C. And if that moisture is going to come into the 95 corridor in the next hour and change over to snow, which is what we are expecting to happen. So we will see what's going on with that. We'll get another full look at my full forecast coming up as Jasmine and I are working here backstage and working to keep you weather alert this morning.
All right, Justin, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour.
At the end of the day, we want to make sure that people who go to school can go to a school that's safe.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are moving forward with a fulfilling promise, how they plan to close the disturbing loophole that allows juvenile sex offenders to attend Maryland schools without notifying students or parents.
With a 220% increase in juvenile gun crimes in the state, legislators meeting again in Annapolis to hear new crime bills. We're joined by two of those lawmakers after the break on what they have to say needs to be done now. 7:13 is the time as the snow continues falling through portions of our viewing area. We are watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. 7:16, and the debates continue in Annapolis today as more juvenile crime bills will be presented in a Senate hearing as legislators are trying to compromise on how the state should address the 220% increase in youth gun-related crimes and 60% increase in auto thefts. Versus over-incarceration. Joining us now for this week's State House Spotlight, representing Harford County, Delegate Lauren Aricon and State Senator Jill Carter, representing Baltimore City. Senator Carter, I really want to start with you first on this one because you have been one that has said over-incarceration, and that's not helping the youth. However, it seems like pendulum swinging back and forth. Where are we now when it comes to youth crime and really kind of punishing them for their crimes they do?
So when we talk about youth crime, I want to talk about the current law in that context. Yes, there are some crimes that are up, actually all over with adults and youth. But when we talk about the youth, currently there are no prohibitions from any child over 10 years old if they commit a felony or felony violent crime. So there are also, with regard to simple gun possession or something like that, what we were requesting of the state's attorneys is to give us evidence that children between 10 and 12 are actually the culprits, because that's what they're looking to include. So bottom line is we need a more effective juvenile system, not necessarily a more harsh one.
Senator, I want to stop you right there because we've been playing a soundbite. I don't know if you've been able to hear it, but it's State's Attorney Scott Schellenberger from Baltimore County, and he says I get a 12-year-old that is involved with a gun crime, and I look at the law and it says I look over this law and I can't do anything with it. That's what the soundbite.
He actually can do something with it. And what we've been encouraging, if they can't charge a felony because it's not related to any use in a crime of violence or a felony, then what they could do is they could use the SINS process, the Child Native Supervision process, which they absolutely refuse to use up until this point. I feel like they'd rather just say, oh, our hands are tied, rather than use the tools available to them.
Delegate Aricon, can we talk a little bit more about Republicans are trying to come out with different crime plans? They're obviously a little bit more stringent, and they're saying more punishment is better to hold youth accountable to teach them because they're not getting parental guidance at all. So you have to do something to stop this and multiple repeat offenders. So that's what they're targeting with some of their proposals. Will that move at all in a Democrat state?
Well, I think something is going to move because the state has had it. The people have had it. And the biggest problem that we're facing right now is that even if we pick up a young child for a suspected crime, they can't be interviewed because of the bills that we passed previously. And so, we're not getting good data on how many kids are we actually talking about that are just being catch and released immediately because we can't even talk to them.
Delegate Aricon, though, as a parent, I know myself, and when you hear about it and you're saying, wait a minute, so my child just got picked up by police and they want to start questioning them, I would want to be there personally, and I would want some proper response there. I don't want them talking to somebody else because who knows what a child would say because they are a child, and I would want somebody. How do you go back? Because I've heard the opposite from some state attorneys that are saying, no, we need to talk to them right away because that's when we find out and we can stop other crimes from happening. Maybe other youth are going there, and kids normally do tell the truth when they're talking to a superior.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I also tell my kids, make sure that you wait until I'm present. But the law, the parent, it really is irrelevant based on the law. They have to wait until a public defender shows up. And judging off of what we saw in the Judiciary Committee, with 20 OPD public defenders coming down to spend their entire day sitting there and failing to actually go and represent their clients on, for 10 hours, I think that a lot of time is being wasted by that department.
Senator Jill Carter, I'll leave you the last with this. I know you and I have discussed this multiple times going back and forth. And you also brought up the SINS, which is basically Child in Need of Services petition. That goes back. Does that have any play
Child
here
Native
in
Supervision.
This?
It's a factor in the bill. And really quickly, I want to talk about the fact that even where police can interview children when it's investigating a crime, often they don't. Just ask the family of Nikayla Strotter, where they all gave permission for police to interview all of the children, all the parents did, and the police absolutely refused to interview anybody. So let's talk about the actual facts and what's really happening, and not sort of these anecdotal situations that are given to try to change the law. All children and all people are entitled to constitutional protections, and that's just the reality.
Delegate Arcon and Senator Carter, I know there's a lot of discussions happening in Annapolis with the session. We'll be following them, especially today as more are being introduced. So thank you for giving us a little sample of the conversations that happen in Annapolis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 7:21 now, and it's time to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Tracking our forecast where we are dry for now here in Baltimore City and looking out over the Inner Harbor. A lot of clouds are hanging around. We just mentioned a moment ago that Baltimore County schools are now closed. So more on those updates here on the bottom of your screen and on our website at foxbaltimore.com. 38 your current temperature at BWI. We've seen some wind gusts here about 9 to 15 to 20 miles an hour. Some stronger wind to the south of the city right now. And that wind is going to pick up as we go throughout the course of the morning and into the afternoon. The rain changing to snow. That's the big thing that we're all kind of waiting on. We've seen snow that's been falling in northern Baltimore, Harford, and even into Carroll County, but that timing kind of between now and 10 a.m. with the gusty wind and the colder air in place. These are your road temperatures, and these keep going down. We're now at 28 degrees in Westminster, 31 in Moncton, 32 in Bel Air. We're still above freezing for our roads in Baltimore City and southern Baltimore County, down through Essex and Middle River, Columbia and Howard County, and down through Anne Arundel County as well. This is what we're zooming in on, and you can actually see some of that snow that continues Timonium north up to Cockeysville. We're seeing that rain that's changing over to snow back through Butler, Reisterstown getting in on some of that snow, even down to Owings Mills. Continuing to see that in all of Carroll County now, not only Westminster, but all the way down to Mount Airy, Eldersburg, even down into Cooksville as well. When you pull out a little bit further, you can see that D.C. is about to get hit with some more moderate rain. Silver Spring over towards Centerville. That's going to move from west to east, and it will be all rain here along the 95 corridor to the south. But as our temperatures keep falling here in Baltimore City, we'll see what happens with this system as we see that kind of blue. That's the area of the snow that goes all the way back to western Maryland. Now, it's already moved out of Garrett County, so there's the back edge of this weather maker that is continuing to move out of here with that area of low pressure dumping a bunch of snow for our friends in the north and east of us, Philly, New York, and even up into Boston, where they're talking about snow emergencies there. Winter weather advisory, though, for us. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. All of us there in the purple. And notice what's going on with our hourly future scan. We're tracking that potential for this changeover as we get that last line of moisture to roll through in the next couple of hours. Through about 10 a.m., we should see some of that heavy, wet snow that could accumulate, at least in some of the grassy areas, possibly on some of our roadways. Notice as we get to 3 o'clock this afternoon, the sun actually is breaking out, and we're seeing the breezy to windy conditions. That's going to be that drier air. So any of that snow that does sit on the ground more than likely will be melting or eventually drying out as well with less of that moisture around. A lot of schools have already gone to close now. Some of them are on the delay, but either way in your bus stop forecast, just know that some of those kids are having a snow day and others are not. All right, so 45 tomorrow. We're a lot nicer. In fact, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're staying dry as we wrap up the week. Another weather maker rolls in Saturday. We'll keep our eyes on that. Back in just a bit.
727 Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert this morning as our team of meteorologists continue to track that storm system that is pushing across our state. Heavy rain, snow, all of that this morning.
Yeah, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us live here in studio. And Jasmine, if the rain that we are seeing was actually snow, what would we be dealing with when we were talking about like inches?
Oh, it would be beautiful outside, but the roads could be hazardous. We always talk about a snow ratio when we are forecasting snow totals. Typically, we use a 10-to-1 ratio around our area. That means for 1 inch of rain, we're looking at 10 inches of snow. So we base this off of temperatures. When we do see some higher temperatures or some lower temperatures, 27 to 20 degrees, we're talking a 15-to-1 ratio, 19 to 15 degrees, a 20-to-1 ratio. So when we look at the totals that we had over the past 24 hours, around a 6/10 of an inch in Baltimore, that would mean 6 inches of snow using that 10-to-1 ratio. It would mean 12 inches of snow if we were using that 20-to-1 ratio. But notice those higher totals around Hagerstown, Frederick. We could be talking up to 40 inches of snow using that 20-to-1 ratio. So for snow lovers, the colder the temperature, the more snow we could see. But unfortunately, with those higher than freezing temperatures for much of the morning, a lot of what we've been seeing has been rain. But make sure that you are driving safely on the roads this morning. Back to you.
Look at these big flakes coming down. Coming up, we are going to show you just how this is impacting your commute here in Westminster. It's making for a messy one for some people.
Legislation moves forward as the 2024 session continues in Annapolis. After the break, Project Baltimore reports how lawmakers are working toward keeping your children safe from juvenile sex offenders attending public schools in person. 7:29 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Tuesday. We are weather alert because of that. Right there, you're taking a live look of what conditions are like in some parts of Maryland. And it's so different because in some places you just have rain, and in some places you've got full-on snow. And that's why we're seeing a lot of these school closures this morning.
Yeah, school delays that turned into school closures this morning, and that was Shannon and Graham. In fact, we're streaming them right now. So if you find out exactly where they're traveling as they've been around Carroll County this morning, you can see exactly what they're doing as we stream that all morning long from their camera and their view.
All right, and so we talked about the school closings. A lot of them started out as delays. Most of them are now closed this morning. Only Howard and Montgomery County schools still running on a 2-hour delay. Everybody else in Montgomery County,
yeah, because Baltimore County is now closed there. Yeah, there was a line.
So most of the school systems in our immediate area here are now closed. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what exactly is happening with this storm and when it's going to be all the way out of here.
Yeah, within the next couple of hours. I mean, this is what we've been talking about all morning long, 7 to 10 a.m. as kind of our timing, and we're seeing that changeover here. We definitely saw it in Carroll County. This is what it looks like in Baltimore City and down over the Inner Harbor. A lot of those low clouds hanging around. Kind of a bit of a break from the actual rain. It's still misty, and you're still getting kind of wet as you step outside, so just be aware of that. But basically the timing through 10 a.m., gusty wind, colder temperatures with some of that rain that will continue to change over to snow as we get a little bit closer to downtown Baltimore. Notice from Cockeysville north over to Pikesville, starting to see some snow there in western Baltimore County, over through Carroll County as well, even up into northwestern Harford County. Just a few light snow showers at this time right there. And you can kind of see the larger picture here out toward Gaithersburg and Frederick. We're definitely seeing the snow, rain about to move into the D.C. area. But look at the left-hand side of your screen. The storm system has cleared Garrett County. So now it's in Allegheny County, the kind of back edge of that. All of this is going to be moving out of here within the next couple of hours. So it's something that we will continue to watch and give you the latest updates on in just a few minutes from right now.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Don't just sue them, Snyder them.
2 months remain in this year's legislative session in Annapolis, and lawmakers are moving forward with legislation to keep juvenile sex offenders from attending public schools in person.
Project Baltimore Chris Papps shows us what progress was made this past week to keep your children safe.
This amendment is perhaps the most important part of this bill right now.
Last week, lawmakers in Annapolis moved forward with fulfilling a promise.
It will close the juvenile sex offender loophole.
A promise made after an explosive Project Baltimore report found a juvenile rapist was taking classes at Patterson High School in Baltimore City.
Why would we have this be the most important thing? Well, I'm not sure if you've seen it on the news. It's been all over the Baltimore news.
On Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee.
Here's my question. I normally don't do this.
For more than 10 hours, heard testimony concerning Maryland's juvenile justice system.
We would respectfully request an unfavorable report.
A main topic during this year's 90-day legislative session. Throughout the hearing, multiple pieces of juvenile justice legislation were debated. About 8 hours into the hearing, Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Schlega introduced this amendment.
What the amendment says is very simple.
A child may not attend a public school in person if the child has been convicted of rape or a sexual offense that, if committed by an adult, would constitute a felony. Each county board shall provide alternative educational options for children prohibited from in-person attendance. Delegate Schlega told Project Baltimore that amendment, or some version of it, should be added to whatever legislation the House passes this year concerning juvenile justice reform.
This is happening right now. And, you know, if you do nothing this session, please close this juvenile sex offender loophole. Thank you.
If Schlega's amendment becomes law, it would help prevent another situation like what happened at Patterson High School last month. In January, Project Baltimore first reported on a juvenile rapist attending Patterson. In December, the student pleaded to second-degree rape in Harford County. Later this month, the 15-year-old will be in court facing another second-degree rape charge involving a second alleged victim in Baltimore County. Despite all that, he was allowed to take classes inside a public school And because he's a juvenile who was not placed on the sex offender registry, parents and students were not informed.
I was sickened, I was angered, I was disgusted.
Republican and Democratic lawmakers were outraged.
As a parent, as any parent, immediately it was a sense of horror and hard to understand.
Project Baltimore last week sent an email to all 188 state lawmakers. We asked if they believe it's appropriate for a rapist to be attending a public school, and if this is an issue the legislature should consider addressing this session. We received many responses, mostly from Republicans, all of them stating how sex offenders should not be in public schools with other students. The House Republican caucus even issued this statement, announcing their efforts to change state law to protect school children. The House Republican leadership also sent an email to the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, in part asking, why was this individual not required to register as a sex offender? Did the department know of those pending charges? And was it appropriate that no incarceration was recommended? DJS has not yet responded. Meanwhile, some Democrats have announced their intentions concerning juvenile rapists attending public schools. Democrat Sandy Bartlett from Anne Arundel County responded to our email. I support alternative teaching methods for the offender.
They have been found effectively guilty on the juvenile side of having done awful, terrible things. There is a public safety question that needs to be addressed.
The Judiciary Committee, where Delegate Schlega introduced her amendment,
we're going to get started with our bill,
is chaired by Delegate Luke Klippinger, a Democrat from Baltimore City. Klippinger told Fox 45 he and his colleagues in the House and Senate are working to address this issue. But it's tricky because students, he said, must be safe in school, but juvenile offenders must also be educated.
At the end of the day, we want to make sure that people who go to school can go to a school that's safe, and we want to make sure that we can do that while at the same time making sure that those juveniles, after they're found delinquent, they can get their education. It just probably not going to be in a traditional school setting.
How confident are you that legislation will be passed to address this issue?
I feel like if we're able to get people around the table and work this out, hopefully we should be able to do that.
Project Baltimore will continue to follow this story. We will keep you updated on the progress of any legislation coming out of Annapolis that is intended to keep your children safe in school. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
We are tracking the road conditions on this weather alert morning. You can see snow coverage on some of the roads. You can still see a little pavement, but it is slick. We're going to tell you more of what you can expect as you head out the door.
Again, we are weather alert due to the heavy rain and the impending snowfall that continues throughout our area and the shift. Our Weather Authority team is tracking how long the rain will be held off and then when you could see some snow flurries even in that shot right there. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local.
It is 7:43, and this morning Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert as our team of meteorologists is tracking heavy rain that we've already seen turn into some slushy snow.
Yeah, in fact, taking a look right here, you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the HD Weather Authority radar. Shows the system moving in from the west as it continues. The pink is now moving out, and you see a lot more blue on the screen. Now on the right-hand side, taking a live look over the Inner Harbor on the top right there, and then the Towson area on the bottom right. As you're seeing still some snowfall in this Towson area, starting to get a couple little flakes mixed in with it that we're seeing. But yeah, more rain than snow.
All right, and make sure you stay with Fox 45 Morning News in just about 10 minutes. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have your full forecast, also breaking down the timing of this system. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, it's 7:46, and we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's still coming our way, see what's moving out, what this day is looking like.
Not done yet. You look at that radar and you're like, oh, okay, we're getting better, but we still have to get through the rest of this morning here. Basically through the next couple of hours, about 10 a.m. is when we're expecting all of this moisture to be out of here. It's already out of Garrett County. They still have a winter storm warning there, but we're still seeing a lot more through parts of central Maryland. And gusty wind, too, with those colder temperatures. Even though the radar not showing that it's actually raining in Baltimore City right now, when you step outside, you're definitely getting that mist. And it's cold. Those temperatures have dropped to 36 now in Baltimore. We're at the freezing mark, Bel Air and Elkton, Westminster at 34, 33 in Hagerstown. Meanwhile, to the south and to the east, a lot of us are in the upper 30s and even lower 40s. And you can see that road temperatures are similar to what we're talking about with our air temperatures. So they've definitely been coming down throughout the morning. In northern Baltimore, Harford and Cecil, even Carroll counties, seeing the biggest impacts with that rain that did change over to snow. So look at this right there from Cox Cockeysville, right down to Timonium and Towson. Starting to see a little bit more of that blue on the radar. We definitely have that snow-covered ground in northern Baltimore County. That's more than likely why they went to closed today. That extends out toward Jarrettsville and then all the way back toward Reisterstown and Owings Mills in western Baltimore County down into Randallstown. So it's just north of the Beltway, maybe on some of the outer loop of the Beltway on 695 to the west. You're seeing some of those flakes that are actually flying. This is what's being picked up again on the radar. So in terms of it actually falling as that heavy snow, not quite seeing that yet, but I think it's going to be changing here and will continue over the next hour or so. This goes back to Gaithersburg and right around D.C. They're getting hit with some heavy rain right now, but look at that line that is just west of D.C. So this extends back toward Hagerstown and Martinsburg, West Virginia. But here's the back edge of it, and you can see it's now moved through Cumberland. So we're getting close to being done with this weather maker. Obviously, the next couple of hours are going to tell the story of exactly what's going to be taking place. That's an area of low pressure dragging up the East Coast and continuing to dump a bunch of snow for our friends to the north. We still have winter weather advisories. These haven't changed, so still through 1 o'clock this afternoon as we'll have the impacts left over from this snow that's rolling in. Hourly future scan here. This takes us through 9 o'clock, and you can see any of the moisture that we have, we're going to get cold enough air to change that rain to snow. Probably not going to get a lot of actual accumulation because the ground is just so warm, but enough of a mess as we'll see the impacts here for this weather alert day. But this is this afternoon, about 2, 3 o'clock. We'll see the sun pop out. The wind is going to be very gusty, and it is going to be cold tonight. Now, our temperatures actually will climb to the low and mid 40s for the afternoon. So any of that snow that does accumulate, even on the grassy surfaces, more than likely is going to melt away. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. If you're thinking about melting away for Valentine's Day tomorrow, well, really not too much of an issue. 45 for your high on Wednesday. Upper 40s and lower 50s into Thursday and Friday, so a nice calm rest of your week. And then Saturday looks a little interesting. Another weather maker, especially Saturday morning, could bring kind of a rain-snow mix. But then we dry out nicely by Sunday and into next week. All right, Tom, how are we doing on the roads?
Not great because of the weather that you're talking about. As you see the snow going sideways here, taking a live look at Ruxton Road, Charles Street this morning, where you can see the signs of the snow is starting to, well, there's no rain now. Now it's all just snowfall coming down here. And we have no major incidents to report in this shot, but we do have a lot of different areas that are having some issues. Howard County, there's an incident with 4 vehicles. Maryland 100 eastbound right there. There's a collision there, and it slowed down. In fact, the right lanes, all right lanes, northbound lanes are closed right now. We also have a whole lot going on because of weather-related and some fender benders up in Cecil County. There's 5 different incidents there that are causing some delays. One more also in Westminster. Both lanes shut down in Maryland 27 because of an incident and a closure there. And Maryland 27, then west of Frederick, there are 4 different areas, and that's because of the snowfall in that direction. Here's a live look now from our Lynn Solar mobile track in Littleton, Pennsylvania. As you see, the snow has really accumulated there and is continues to come down, but not as strong as it was a little while ago.
As millions get ready to celebrate Valentine's with their special someone, finding a ride out to your date night could be a lot harder than normal. We'll tell you why.
Oh, it's Galentine's Day too, right?
Yeah, today is, sure is.
So if you're going to be hanging out with the gals a little bit later on, maybe doing some other drinks, you may want to prep this morning.
Let's take some time for a coffee break. 7:54. Police are investigating an alleged domestic violence incident involving Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers. That alleged incident happened last month in Owings Mills, but police aren't releasing many details as fans are now wondering what happened. Rob Weinhold, crisis leadership expert with the Falston Group, joining us this morning. And Zay is not charged with anything. He's not listed, named as a suspect in any of this. So a lot of speculation. So let's talk about the dynamics at play, what's happening in the court of law and what's happening in the court of public opinion, especially since you don't have any details.
And you mentioned two really important courts, the court of law and court of public opinion, and there's naturally a tension between the two. You have legislators that are clamoring for more information. Yes. Many people on the street want more information. There's rumors out there now. But the bottom line is everyone needs to remember that process is as important as outcome. So if I'm a law enforcement agency or somebody in the prosecutorial office, I'm not going to release any information that could jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. I know that sounds, well, we hear that all the time, but it's very true. So let's make sure the facts are gathered, and whether or not he had anything to do with an incident, will be determined. But time is on everyone's side at this point. No one's in danger. Let's figure out what happened and make sure the right decisions are made for the right reason over the long term.
And that would apply to the Ravens as well, because this is obviously a big deal for them, something they want to keep an eye on, especially if you think back to the Ray Rice incident, of course, which I'm sure they are. They want to know how to move forward.
10 years ago with the Ray Rice incident, there was a lot of lessons learned on behalf of the Baltimore Ravens. Felt like they were out there pretty much rushed to judgment and believed what Ray Rice had to say at the time. And then you may remember the second video dropped, which changed everything. And he wasn't allowed to play football in the National Football League since then. So again, time is on your side. Make sure the facts are gathered in a way that is responsible. Don't release any information until decisions are made on how to best proceed. And again, understand the legislator's call, but at the end of the day, it's about the integrity of what happened, not just for the people who may be charged in a crime, but for the victims as well. And that's incredibly important to protect their anonymity and also their interests, because they're incredibly important here as everybody stands against domestic violence or any type of violence for that matter. And if someone is guilty, they should be prosecuted and held accountable like anyone else.
And just quickly, we have just a few seconds. Zay Flowers, if you're him and the team guiding him, what do you tell them?
Well, let's just say this. The NFL has an interest, the Ravens have an interest, many people have an interest, and I'm sure he's seeking counsel from legal representatives at this point, probably saying don't say anything with an active investigation, but there's a reputational issue that needs to be managed here, and I think once the facts become more clear, hey, look, if you don't tell your story, someone else will, and when someone else tells your story, it certainly won't be the story you want told. So at a certain point, he's going to have a voice.
Right. All right, Rob, thank you. It is 7:57. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning, we are weather alert as rain turns to snow and pushes through the state of Maryland.
From the studio to the roads, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live from Carroll County with a look at what's happening out there. She saw a lot of snow. Olivia Dance is in Baltimore County, seeing the impacts they're having out there as well.
Here in studio, meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing all of this out for us here today. And remember, you can keep track of all school closures and delays right there on your screen, the bottom of the screen there on our ticker. Fox 45 Morning News continues right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've been seeing snow all across the region, now outside our studio here in the city, seeing the snowflakes falling as well.
That's right. So if you were having a girls' outing tonight for Valentine's Day, you might still be able to actually get that in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and this is going to move out.
Oh, yeah. This is just the next couple of hours. Basically, we're right here in the heart of it, ladies. We're talking about by the afternoon, the wind picks up, but the sun comes out, and our temps will be in the 40s. Kind of hard to see on this shot, but maybe every now and then I saw a few flakes flying around the inner harbor and not really sticking at this time either. Our weather alert day for that rain changing to snow, basically now through about 10 a.m. Gusty wind on the backside of that with those colder temperatures that are filtering in. Right now, we've now dropped to near freezing in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley back through Owings Mills. 34 in Woodlawn. We're right at 36 at BWI and in Baltimore City down into Brooklyn Park, which is why we're seeing that green change to kind of a light blue or a white right there from Cockeysville and Towson. Yeah, it's moving right there, the upper level, the outer loop of the western edge of the Beltway. And now into parts of Baltimore City, definitely into Baltimore County. Even for you in Columbia, you're seeing some of this snow that is now falling. In terms of actual accumulation, I don't think we're going to see a lot, at least here. But down into Severn and Odenton, Laurel, still mainly just rain showers at this time as that air has not cooled down. And there's the back edge of it right there, now coming just to the west of Hagerstown. So basically within the next couple of hours, all of this is going to be moving through. But what it's going to do is we'll kind of mess things up and be that wet, slushy stuff that we're going to see. So we'll have another look at this and give you an update on your forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. All right, well, I want to find out what's going on the roads with the traffic out there. Meg, what's the latest? I know there have been a lot of accidents.
Yes, and still seeing some issues out there, Justin. We're following an incident in Beltsville right now. This is on Maryland 197 between Laurel, Bowie Road and Powder Mill Road. Cars just inching along through that stretch. The rain really being impactful there. Cars merging onto 197 and it's stop and go traffic through there. And we want to take a look at Ruxton Road and Charles Street. The snow swirling coming down through that region as well. Meantime, top of the JFX down to President Street, 13 minutes to go, 8 miles. So starting to see some conditions impacting the drive times there as well. Let's go live to the roads now. We have Shannon Lilly live in Carroll County in our Len Stoller mobile track. Shannon, my goodness, I mean, how is it driving? Are you guys sliding around? You can see certainly some slush out there.
Yeah, Megan, we are definitely sliding. I'll say the roads are pretty dicey at this point. Right now, we are on 97 South. We just passed Silver Run and we're heading into Union Mills. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of plows out on the road. So this road in particular is better. It's plowed a bit, but we're still feeling sometimes those chunks of snow that get caught underneath the car. We're feeling that. We actually got sprayed by a snow plow and it couldn't see for a second, so keep that in mind if you're out on the roadways. And here comes the snow plow right now too. Yeah, we're seeing that constantly. And we're turning now onto Old Hanover Road here. But some of these secondary roads are pretty bad. We are having to maneuver around big chunks of snow and ice. So the roads are being treated as we speak, really. And so if you go out this morning, you're definitely going to want to be cautious. Take your time. We also had to kind of get the front of our car. Our sensor was getting covered by the ice on the front of the car. So we had to scrape that off as well. So just leave extra time if you are heading out this morning because you're going to need it. All right, we're going to continue to check out these conditions and check back in with you guys in about 30 minutes or so. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Shannon, now we want to go check out the conditions in Baltimore County. A bit different, but the snow is falling. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Patrice. It's kind of like a snow globe out here. I'm getting pelted by the snow, and they're big snowflakes. So really a 180 from what we saw this morning. We were in the city, and it was just raining. I mean, it was pouring this morning, and now we have beautiful snow, and it's coming down so quickly that it's already starting to stick to the grass. The roads are fine, though, for right now. I actually saw a salt truck. We're in the Rogers Forge area, so I saw a salt truck, so they're definitely out and about prepared for this. But yeah, definitely coming down pretty quickly. This is the top of one of our news cars here, and because it was raining, I mean, you could see this is like more of a slushy type snow, but it is coming down and it's sticking. This is Rogers Forge Elementary School right next to us. We know that Baltimore County schools are closed now today, and really just perfect timing because this snow is coming down, and we're going to continue to track the conditions here in Rogers Forge. But I'll send it back to you guys.
What a change there. Olivia, thank you. A new Gonzales research poll asking people what they think of Governor Wes Moore raising sales tax, crime, and more coming up. We're breaking down the results.
And we continue our weather alert day as we can see on the radar that green changing to blue. This is what we've been talking about all morning long, and we're seeing it, friends. We'll break down when we get some drier air and what's going to happen with the wind later today as well. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, we are weather alert as we deal with some areas of snow across the state. But what would happen if all of the rain that we saw turned into snow? So let's switch to weather 2. We're talking about snow ratios. That's what we use as meteorologists. And typically we're saying around 1 inch of rain equals 10 inches of snow. So if we could switch to weather 2, there we go. Now, we base this off of temperature. So 28 degrees to 34 degrees, that's what we've been seeing. That's a 10-to-1 ratio. However, as the temperatures get colder, we're talking about higher ratios. So that 19 to 15 degree range means a 20-to-1 ratio. 1 inch of rain would equal 20 inches of snow. So here's a look at some of the numbers we've seen. 6/10 of an inch in Baltimore would equate to 6 inches of snow with that standard 10-to-1 ratio. Hagerstown, though, 2.1 inches. That's one of the higher totals we've seen around the state. That would equate to about 21 inches of snow. So if you've been looking for that winter wonderland, plenty of snow, we would need those colder totals, those colder temperatures. But for now, we're just keeping track of some snow and those road conditions. Make sure this morning that you continue to drive safely. Back to you.
That's too much. That is, and we haven't had one of those in a long time, so I'm good. I'm good with that. All right, but we are still tracking the snow that did move in.
That's right. Shantae Felix is the media relations manager with the Maryland State Highway Administration. She's been obviously keeping a close eye on the roads. What are you seeing, Shantae, right now out there? Any big issues?
Good morning. Well, it is a little slushy and rainy and snowy in other areas of the state. So our crews are out there. We opened our emergency operations center at around 3 a.m. Right now, you'll see about 1,200 pieces of equipment on the roads. So as always, we're asking citizens to delay travel as much as they can if they can today.
And just, hey, this was the kind of storm that you couldn't get ahead of because the rain would have washed all the pre-treatment out. So now it's just you catch up.
Yes, that's key. This started out as rain, so if we did pre-treat, it would have just washed away with the rain. So we pretty much had to get out there as it came. So again, we couldn't pre-treat, but we were out there all night just working on the roads, and we continue to do that today. We're in emergency operations mode.
What areas are you seeing the most impacts right now? We've been looking at some of our live cameras. It looks like Carroll County, northern Baltimore County really impacted right now. Are you guys seeing that as well?
Yes, well, in terms of accumulation, we mainly expected in the western area of the state, but we did expect some impacts in the northern end of the state as well. So we're working shop to shop and comparing notes and going from there. We're getting hourly reports on how the state is doing in different areas.
All right, and plenty of supplies for you guys because we haven't had a terrible winter with, tons of snow, so you all are fully equipped.
Don't jinx us, but yes, we are fully equipped. Each event is different, but we do have all these resources on our website. If people want to go to roads.maryland.gov and click on storm, from there you can click on all areas of the state and see where we recently treated roads in your area if you're planning on going out and you want to plan your route that way.
And I think she gave the best advice to lay it a little bit. Hopefully the crews can have time to get out there and make it a little better. Shantae, thank you.
I feel bad if we get 20 inches next week. It's going to be my fault.
No more salt.
I didn't mean it, Shantae. So sorry.
Well, there is new legislation moving forward as the 2024 session continues in Annapolis. In our next half hour, Project Baltimore reports how lawmakers are working toward keeping your children safe from juvenile sex offenders attending public schools in person. 8:12.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15 this morning, we are on a weather alert at Fox 45, taking you live to the Inner Harbor and to Hancock as a rainy, snowy mix moving through the state. Your morning commute may be impacted, so make sure you're extra cautious when you're heading out on the roads, and stay with Fox 45 all morning long. Our weather authority team of meteorologists continuing to track the latest winter weather maker.
New this morning, a new Gonzales research poll shows Governor Wes Moore's approval rating taking a slight dip. It's also shining a light on some big questions, from taxes to crime. This morning, pollster Patrick Gonzales is joining us live to break down all of those results. Patrick, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
We appreciate it. These are new results coming in. We want to start with taking a look at the governor's approval rating. A slight dip from the last poll that you had. What are you finding?
Well, a couple points down. We had him at 60% approval in October. Today we have him at 58. So 58% of Marylanders approve of the job. 28% disapprove, and not bad numbers. Let me put it this way. If I were the governor of Maryland, thank God I'm not, I will take these numbers.
That's not bad. All right, so you broke it down and made voters answer some pretty tough questions here. One of them is if there should be a sales tax increase to fund transportation. What do Marylanders think about this?
Well, we asked Marylanders if they would be willing to fund transportation projects because there has been a budget deficit and they need to figure out a way if they'd be willing to increase the sales tax from 6% to 7% to fund these projects. And what we found was 37% of Marylanders support it. 60% of Marylanders oppose it.
Didn't want to pay those extra taxes.
Yeah, and within
was that along Republicans and Democrats both?
It was across the board. Now, Democrats were kind of split 50-50, whether they'd support it or oppose it. Independents, and most particularly Republicans, were overwhelmingly opposed to that.
Interesting. Now, another interesting question. You asked if possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony. This is something I think we've been talking a lot about as the session is underway right now. What are Marylanders saying?
Well, 88% of Marylanders believe that the possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony.
88%?
88%. There are very few things on this earth that 9 out of 10 Americans agree on. This is one of them.
Wow. Stolen firearm felony. All right, one more. You asked if there should be a mandatory 10-year prison sentence for dealing fentanyl. What do people think?
Well, we asked if someone is convicted of selling drugs laced with fentanyl and the drug results in a death, do you support or oppose a mandatory prison sentence of at least 10 years.
At least 10 years.
And what we found was 83% of Marylanders support that.
So this is another big...
and 13% oppose it. Again, it was across the board. If you were born after 9/11 or if you were born before Pearl Harbor and everyone in between, if you're black, white, they think that
should go to jail for at least. Interesting, and we talk about tough on crime, especially with Maryland lawmakers, meeting right now about this. Thank you for your findings. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
Weather Alert Day continues here in Baltimore and throughout our region here in central Maryland. Some of those flakes that are flying around, at least they were on that shot. That shot froze up literally at this time. Meanwhile, this is kind of our Towson shot. You can see a lot of water on the camera. Yeah, and underneath some of that, we are seeing some of those flakes that are flying. A lot of us are seeing that. In fact, right here in our studios, I just stepped outside myself and getting some of those big fat flakes. Not necessarily accumulating, but we could see that, especially in the grassy areas, some of the tops of your cars, making that commute not that fun. This is exactly what we've been talking about all morning, and it's kind of coming true as we get through about 10 a.m. We're going to have to deal with the wet, slushy snow and the colder air. With that gusty wind, the blowing snow is something we have to watch for, too. All right, so statewide, our temperatures are in the 20s and 30s in western Maryland, 32 in Bel Air, 34 Chestertown, right at 36 in Baltimore City. That number will probably stay right about there. It may go down just a little bit, but you can see the road temperatures have already dropped near or below freezing, especially Towson north, all the way up toward northern Harford and Cecil counties and across into Carroll County. That's why a lot of those schools just said, you know what, we're just going to close for the day and just make it a snow day for the kids anyway, and the teachers for that matter. All right, here's a look at our HD radar so you can see that line right there. This is kind of the northern edge of the Beltway. Right around Towson, we're seeing some snow. And then right as we get to the Baltimore City area, kind of that rain-snow mix. So even though you're seeing some flakes flying, the radar not necessarily picking that up just as of yet. But back down toward Columbia, up into Westminster, and across over to Bel Air and northern Baltimore County, we're seeing that. It's kind of a closer look. There's the Beltway right there in Woodlawn on the outer loop there at 695. We're seeing that. And then as we go a little further to the south, right down the 95 corridor, Silver Spring down into D.C., it's about to change over in the district. So if you have to drive on 95 or 295 this morning, you're kind of riding right along that rain-snow line and definitely going to see some of those wet roads and possibly slushy conditions. Looking at our HD radar here, the back end of this system is coming. It's right now just to the west of Hagerstown. So once we get through this over the next hour and a half or so, we should be all good to go and drying out nicely. There's the low, kind of the center of this whole storm system. And that's what's bringing that heavy snow up into the 95 corridor for Philly and New York, up into Boston, where they're potentially seeing 8 to maybe even 11 inches of snow there. We still have the winter weather advisory for all of us. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. This is our hourly future scan. And right about 10 a.m., still going to be dealing with some of these leftover snow showers, but pushing through in the 11 o'clock hour, that moisture moves out of here. And look what happens as we get to the afternoon. Actually, should see some sun pop out with the breezy to windy conditions. That wind is going to be with us through most of the day today. All right, here's a look at that 7-day forecast. After today, we're a lot quieter. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mid-40s and even some lower 50s on the way for Thursday. There's another system coming through Saturday morning that could bring a bit of a rain-snow mix, but not nearly as potent as this storm is right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, we want to go live now to Union Mills in Carroll County. Shannon Lilly is tracking our weather alert there. Shannon.
Hey, good morning, Patricia. It is definitely coming down. You can see all the snow on my umbrella here. And we've got our Len Stoller mobile track parked here along Old Hanover Road. That snow I was telling you about accumulating on the front, that's snow and ice right there. So you can see we had to get all of that off in order to be able to drive, really. But I want to bring you over here. We have Tyler,
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
We caught you out shoveling.
Yeah, trying to clean up a little bit because it's easier to clean it up as it snows and just wait till it's done and all over with because it's heavy, wet snow.
Yeah, and you weren't expecting this, right?
No, yesterday I was outside raking up helicopters and leaves, and now today I'm out here shoveling snow, so it can't win.
It just changes so drastically.
Yep, it goes from one to the other. Mother Nature doesn't know what it wants to do.
Right, you're from this area.
Yeah, I grew up out here, lived out here my entire life. I love it. I wouldn't change it for anything.
What do you think about all the snow we've had this season compared to, you know, the ones prior?
I'm happy to see it because we need it. The water table's low, but like I said, it's nice when it's snowing, but having to clean it up's the worst part.
Right. It's good to look at, but, you know, maybe not the work that comes with it.
Yep.
Tyler, thank you so much. We appreciate it. You too. Yeah, so a lot of people in Tyler's position having to clean up and shovel up all this snow out here. But hey, it's beautiful. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. And before we head to break, we do want to take another look at the impacts this winter weather is having on school start times today. Howard and Montgomery counties are starting on a 2-hour delay. Garrett and Harford County schools will be virtual today. Baltimore County schools, as well as Cecil, Carroll, Frederick, and Washington counties are closed today. Remember, you can keep track of all of the school closings and delays on our ticker there at the bottom of your screen, or head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long as we continue to track this latest winter weather advisory from the studio to the road. It's 8:24 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This morning we are weather alert here at Fox 45. A rainy, snowy mix moving through the Baltimore region, impacting your morning commute for sure. Stay with Fox 45 morning news all morning long as we continue to track this latest winter weather maker.
Ever wanted to drink a donut? Well, grab your girls and celebrate Galentine's Day.
We're ready. Mark Clark live at Bar Louie in White Marsh with the drinks that are flowing for tonight's celebration, Mark.
That's right. We got Ian and Chanel here. Now, like you said, we're going to drink a donut. Chanel, what the heck?
So what I'm doing for you guys here are some cinnamon donut holes that we have. We are offering this on our Valentine's Day brunch and dinners that we have going from the 14th all the way to the 18th. One of our dessert options, please come over and check it out. Any more information, please reach out to us here at our store, okay?
Now, I'm smelling sugar, I'm smelling cinnamon.
Yes.
And then what's the dip there?
And then we have a chocolate sauce that you could dip on the side, but I like to get crazy.
Woo, yes.
Right
food porn.
Right there.
Food porn.
Yeah, Mark, let's
All right,
go.
well, okay, guys, back to the snow. But while you guys are in the snow, we're going to be food porn.
All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
This morning, Fox 45 continues to track this latest winter weather maker. Stay with us all morning long as our Weather Authority team is tracking how long these conditions will be sticking around. Look at that snow. 8:28 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, Fox 45 is weather alert. Is rain and snow now moving through Maryland. All morning long, we have live team coverage from the studio to the roads as we continue tracking your morning commute conditions and its possible impacts.
Already seeing those impacts for schools, many adjusting their schedules due to the winter weather. Howard and Montgomery counties, they are starting on a 2-hour delay. Then we've got Garrett and Harford County schools, virtual learning today. Baltimore County schools, as well as, here we go, Cecil, Carroll, Frederick, and Washington counties, they are closed. Remember, you can keep track of all of the school closings and delays. You see that ticker on the bottom of the screen there, or head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly what is happening out there now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the current conditions.
Yeah, Valentine's Day Eve and getting set for the holiday. Of course, Mardi Gras today, Fat Tuesday for a lot of you, with Ash Wednesday starting tomorrow, and that's when the Lenten season starts. Looking outside, though, the rain changing to snow is why we're weather alerted. We've been watching it all morning long. Right when we came on the air, we had that heavy rain this morning, so there's a lot of moisture associated with this area of low pressure in this system. The timing basically now through 10 a.m. with gusty wind and colder temperatures. And these temps have been dropping over the last few hours. We're right near the freezing mark at Owings Mills and Bel Air, 33 in Cockeysville, just slightly above freezing in Baltimore City, out through Rosedale and Essex and Middle River. There's a look at the HD radar, and you can still see kind of that green and pink right through Baltimore City, out through Essex. But overall, that flakes are definitely flying. We've been seeing those over Rogers Forge and even right here in Baltimore City. Then you kind of zoom out a little bit more, and more of that white or blue indicating where that snow is, from Frederick and Gaithersburg all the way down to just west of D.C. It's actually moving into the D.C. region right now. So along that 95 or 295 commute, you're driving right through all of this. A lot of this is not going to be sticking because the ground is still too warm. And notice the edge of this weather is right just to the west of Frederick right now. So within the next hour to hour and a half, this thing is going to be all gone, and we'll start the drying process. Temperature's going to stay in the 30s for the next couple of hours. We'll get back to the low and mid 40s by the afternoon, but that wind's going to make it feel a lot colder than that. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. And we know Tom has been busy on the road. That's what we've been tracking the whole thing with our commute. What's the latest?
Yeah, in fact, I want to show you exactly what the map looks like in your Lynn Stoller traffic network here. You can see the entire map. Man. Majority of this earlier, Justin, when we were talking about it, it was up in the northeast. Cecil County was seeing a lot of the issues. There's one weather closure. All the rest of these indicators, these triangles, or these diamonds that you see, are accidents, except for these two. The one in Cecil County weather closure, and then this one, the Bay Bridge weather closure there too, for any empty trucks. The rest of them are dealing with incidents and accidents. In fact, the camera's really not showing too much of them when you're around the location, but you can see, well, they took that one down. You can see the rain still there, but when you go out west of Frederick, that's where you're starting to get all these are accidents. They are all accidents where they're shutting down areas, and some of these roads are shut down both directions because of the collisions. So what does that mean for us here, especially in the Towson area, where it doesn't look too bad when you're out on the roads around this area? You're starting to see some rain come mixed in with the snow again. Let's find out. We want to go out on these conditions and go out to Baltimore County, where Olivia Dance has been hanging out at the Rogers Forge Elementary School and in the Rogers Forge area. Not enough for sledding this time, right, Olivia?
No, Tom, unfortunately not enough for sledding right now, but it looks like a winter wonderland and a snow globe out right now. That popular sledding hill here in Rogers Forge is just behind us over there, and I can see the grass getting covered a little bit, but not enough to go sledding yet. Take a look right down here. I mean, when we first got here, there was no snow on the grounds. Now there's a little bit of a dusting, so starting to look pretty out here. But yeah, we saw just how quickly the rain turned to snow this morning. It really happened very fast. This is our news car here. You can see on top, you're probably going to want a snow brush like this today if you're going to be heading out, but really it is kind of a slushy type snow, and I think that again is just because it was raining this morning and then it just quickly turned into this snow. So I have seen a couple salt trucks out and about. We saw one when we first got here in Rogers Forge. So I think they're potentially pre-treating the roads or just out and about monitoring the conditions. We saw a couple plows in Baltimore City as well before we came here to the county. So if you are out and about, you know, just take it slow. Make sure that you give yourself time to wipe off your car and just use caution out on the roads. I'll send it back to you guys.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Don't just sue them, Snyder them.
8:36 and 2 months remain in this year's legislative session in Annapolis. Lawmakers are moving forward with legislation to keep juvenile sex offenders from attending public schools in person.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live with more on the progress made this past week to keep your children safe. Chris, good morning. What's going on? What's the latest?
Good morning. So it's been about 2 weeks since Project Baltimore first broke the story Tom mentioned of a juvenile rapist who was attending school in Baltimore City at Patterson High School. And when we first broke that story, lawmakers looked at it and they largely promised that they were going to do something about this. So we're now 2 weeks removed, and we wanted to see what has happened over the past 10 or 14 days. And it turns out lawmakers are keeping their promise. So last week, there's a lot of things that unfolded in Annapolis. We can get through them pretty quickly. The Republicans have introduced an amendment to a juvenile reform bill. Some sort of juvenile reform bill is going to pass this year in Annapolis. We don't know what it's going to look like yet, but the Republicans have introduced an amendment that would essentially take juvenile sex offenders and say, we're going to educate them outside of a traditional school building with the general population of students. So Home and Hospital, which is a program for students that can learn from home, homeschooling, virtual learning, that has been introduced. Meanwhile, the Democrats, who obviously control an overwhelming majority of the legislature in Annapolis, they have also said that they are looking at laws where they can do the same thing. We spoke to Delegate Luke Clippinger, who's the chair of the Judiciary Committee in the House, which is a very powerful committee in the House. He said that he's pretty confident that they can bring a bunch of people together, look at the existing laws, see how any new laws would interact with the existing laws, and get juvenile sex offenders out of the general population of public schools and be able to educate them elsewhere, which they're entitled to under the Maryland Constitution. So a lot is happening in Annapolis. Project Baltimore, Fox 45, we're going to keep an eye on it. April 8th is sine die. So we got less than 2 months now for the legislature to pass something to make schools in Maryland safer.
Chris Papps with Project Baltimore. Thank you.
Today, a Senate committee is expected to discuss a juvenile crime plan in Annapolis. In our next half hour, the plans from Republicans that could bring change to juvenile justice centers across the state.
And this morning, Fox 45 continues tracking our latest weather maker that has us weather alert. Coming up in our Weather Authority team, tracking how long the rain or the snow, depending on what you're getting right now, will stick around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
All right, 8:41 is your time right now. We've been very busy this morning with our weather alert day. This is a live picture here up at 83 North. That's over near York Road. I believe that's where that shot is. But you can see, yeah, it definitely looks wintry. The road looks fine. It's just kind of accumulating on the sides of the road, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of hours. That's all because this HD radar is now pretty much turned from green and pink to pretty much all blue. But notice the back end of that storm system right there crossing through Hagerstown at this time. So over the next couple of hours, all of this moisture will move on out of here. Maybe indoor exercise here this morning. By this afternoon, though, you will be able to get outside and get a run, a walk, or a jog in. It's just going to be breezy to windy and temperatures that will be actually in the 40s. We're back to the mid-40s again tomorrow, a lot calmer for Valentine's Day. 51 on Thursday, so some nice conditions ahead and a lot calmer conditions as we head to the rest of the week. Back with your full forecast. We'll track what we can expect with our next weather maker for the weekend coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Anytime snow is in the forecast, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Still to come this morning on Fox 45 Morning News, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and it can sometimes bring some uneasy emotions. After the break, 5 tips for instantly connecting with people and boosting your emotions this holiday. It is 8:43 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This morning, we are weather alert here at Fox 45 for a winter weather advisory. We are taking you live to Towson, as well as the roads along 83 at York Road and also in Westminster. We're seeing rain, we're seeing snow, we're seeing the mix as this system moves through the state right now. Stay with Fox 45 all morning long as we continue to track this latest winter weather right here from the studio and the roads as well.
Valentine's Day, oh yeah, that's tomorrow, and while romance may be in the air, not everyone is really feeling the love. In fact, joining us this morning, former Marine and emotional toughness motivational speaker Eric Rittmeyer is joining us with all the things, because you know what, it's true, it's constantly, it's everywhere. I mean, you know, from Swift at the Super Bowl with Jason and Travis Kelce, you know, that whole ordeal. You start seeing love everywhere, and then you start talking about, like, oh, Valentine's Day, are they going to get married? It's everywhere. So if you are single and you're going, hey, back off, let me just do my own thing, it's basically shoved down your throat right now.
It is. You know, and here's the thing about this. Valentine's Day, any day of the year, it's like, and it's not just from a romantic level, it's just connecting with people. And this is what it's all about. And this is what I've wrote about and what I'm obsessed with. It's just connecting with people. It doesn't have to be in a romantic sense. It could be someone you meet at the grocery store. Everybody wants deep, meaningful relationships. It's pretty easy to connect with people.
How do you get to, though, from the acquaintance and then there's that line of, wait, maybe I want to know that person a little bit more, and I'm not sure if they want to know me. How do you step over that line? Because you may see them every day.
Sure.
And if they say, no, I don't want that part of the relationship, or no, this is good, then how do you kind of back up and say, okay, well, let's go back to the way it was before. Forget what I just said.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. And I think as we age too, Tom, I think people start to realize it becomes more about emotional connection than physical attraction, right? So as we age, I'm getting ready to turn 50 in a couple months, right?
All right, congratulations.
I let my beard grow too. I just shaved this one. I wish I would.
Welcome to the
club. Like, sophisticated. So for me personally, it's like it becomes more about this emotional connection, and everybody just wants to feel somebody wants to know me. Somebody wants to really, they care about me. This is what everybody wants. So I feel like if it starts off with that with every relationship, then you kind of get the feel for when it starts to get to that next level, if it gets to that point.
You kind of judge it and you have to take the risk. You have to, at one point, if you really want to take it a little bit further, you have to cross the line because that other person may not.
Yeah, and you have to be aware too. I mean, there's some people out there just don't get it, and they're constantly pushed. It's like, no, I'm just being nice to you because I'm being nice to you. It's like the guys who go out to the bars and the bartender's being nice to them. It's like, dude, that's my girl. It's like, no, she's doing her job. She's being nice to you.
You write about this. Tell us about where we can find some of your writings.
Yeah, so my book, The Emotional Marine, I do a lot of blogging and stuff like that. I'm obsessed with the topic because everybody just wants to feel good, right? It's just, how you doing? How are you? How can I help you? Let's just connect with people. We're emotional creatures. We like to feel.
Eric Rittmeyer, always coming in with the energy and always coming in with a little bit of advice for us that are out there. Just relax, hey, you can get those deeper emotional connections, or even a little bit more than just the emotions.
Yeah, and the pink shirts, too. The pink shirts up.
Pink shirts always working. I think you would look good with a little bit of the distinguished look. All right, we want to get over to Megan Gillen now. Megan, we're just talking about love in the air, but we're also talking about a whole lot of snow that's in the air now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the air right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, that's his job to be locating those things in the air. What are you seeing out there in the city right now, Justin?
Well, we're seeing a few flakes flying around, Meg, and if you put me right next to Eric, because we were talking about the blue and the pink, and that's kind of what we've been looking at on the radar. It went from green to that pink to the blue, and that's what we're seeing right now, as we're seeing a lot more of the actual blue, because those are some of the flakes that are flying. Now, we're not getting a lot of accumulation here, at least in Baltimore City, but some of you in Baltimore County and Harford, Cecil counties, up into Carroll County, you're definitely getting some winter snow and some winter weather at this time. 32 your temp in Bel Air, 33 in Cockeysville, as opposed to summer snow. 36 in Baltimore City. Look at the wind, however, 29 to 31 mile an hour wind gusts there for Annapolis and Baltimore, out through Easton and Denton. So the wind is picking up. Even if our temperatures are staying above freezing, it feels colder than that. The timing basically now through 10 a.m. on our weather alert day. Gusty wind and colder temperatures may even be able to allow our weather alert to expire before our midday show. Here's a look at our HD radar. This is what I was talking about with the blues and the pinks right there. You can actually see that kind of wintry mix from Edgewood and Essex, Middle River, out through Edgemere, Sparrows Point, down into Dundalk, seeing a few of those light showers at this time. We're not going to probably get a lot of heavy accumulation, but Jasmine and I were just looking backstage at this little line of kind of moderate snow, the darker bands from Reisterstown down through Eldersburg and Woodstock, and that could be making its way through over the next hour or so, giving us that kind of brief burst of some of that heavy stuff. Then as you look down toward D.C., it's mainly kind of that wintry mix, and then further to the south and east, it's mainly just the rain for you, which is why we have the winter weather advisories, not necessarily for our southern counties. And then look, all of this is done. I mean, that area of low pressure is sliding to the north and east, really pounding folks up and down the 95 corridor. But back behind that precip is almost all done. Here's that weather alert I was talking about, the winter weather advisory through 1 o'clock this afternoon. This also may be allowed to expire earlier, as we're looking to see the system kind of die down over the next few hours. Taking a look at our hourly future scan, still some leftover snow next hour and even through about 10 a.m. But there it is. There's the edge of that. And by the time we get to 11 a.m., Most of this moisture is going to be done. Wind is going to pick up. Clouds should actually break up a bit and could see some actual sunshine as we get later into the afternoon, even though it'll be breezy or even windy conditions that we're going to be seeing. Our temperatures overall will climb to the mid 40s here as we take you later into the afternoon today. So those numbers are in the above average category for this time of year, even though we're dealing with the winter weather right now. Quick update on your holiday countdown. 1 day from Valentine's Day, obviously tomorrow. Inside of a week now till President's Day. We spring forward in just 26 days. Daytona 500 right here on Fox 45 this Sunday. And if you really want spring training and opening day, well, pitchers and catchers report this week, friends. But opening day is just 44 days from right now. Before you know, we'll be basking in that sun at Camden Yards on a Thursday afternoon. Man, I can't wait. All right, a rain and snow mix is going to be possible on Saturday. That's our next weather maker coming in. Doesn't look nearly as potent as this one, but overall, we're pretty dry and calm for the next 3 days after today, and even as we head into the first part of next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look from your Lens Solar mobile track. And yeah, cruising around the Carroll County area, just north of Westminster and Littlestown Pike. And you can see that some of the roads, as Shannon was saying earlier, they weren't treated. Now it looks like they are starting to put some of that treatment down once the rain stopped and it was all snow. But still, you can see some of those secondary roads have not been hit yet with the plows. So just be careful if you're heading out.
We'd love to see how this winter weather looks in your neighborhood, what you're waking up to. You can send in your favorite snow pictures and videos by scanning that QR code that you see right there on your screen. You can also head to foxbaltimore.com, click on the Chime In tab to make your submissions.
And we're at Bar Louie. Happy Galentine's Day. That's right. A lot of people celebrating today. Bar Louie can give you the delicious drinks and, of course, the delicious food. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
There's eggs on everything there. Yes, come on.
I saw eggs. It makes me think of coffee that time.
It is that time, 8:53. It's definitely time for a coffee break and a burger with an egg on it.
I saw the pizza, too,
Yeah, the
with
pizza.
barbecue sauce.
Topping your morning business report, thousands of flight attendants are heading to the picket line today. Flight attendants U.S., United Kingdom, and Guam are expected to hold pickets today for what's being called the Worldwide Flight Attendant Day of Action. In the U.S., flight attendants in more than 30 cities will be picketing outside some major airports. According to the Association of Professional Flight Attendants, or APFA, it will be the largest collective action in the history of this profession. The pickets are not expected to disrupt any flights.
In similar news, love will not be in the air for some Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers this Valentine's Day as they plan a nationwide strike. The Justice for App Workers Coalition announcing that its members in 7 different states will be participating in a strike tomorrow. The coalition represents roughly 130,000 delivery workers and drivers. The group is accusing driving service companies of paying unfair wages and taking the majority of drivers' commissions. The coalition says the workers striking will not take rides to and from airports at some cities, including Chicago, Austin, Miami, and Philadelphia, but no word of it happening here in Baltimore. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are 2 things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the KeySmart Pro. Now, the KeySmart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we were setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's the perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
We are Weather Alert continuing to track the snow in some parts of our area and how long the snow sticks around. We'll talk about it.
The rain quickly turned to snow in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm tracking the latest weather conditions here in Rogers Forge.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
You see it there. We are weather alert this morning as this winter storm is just pushing through the state of Maryland, through the Baltimore area. Heavy rain turning into our first February snow. Now, we are keeping an eye on the roads as accumulation is picking up in some areas.
It just looks wet
Yep.
and messy out there. Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We mentioned we're weather alert, and we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast to time this out.
Yeah, and both of you, too, have kids in Carroll County. And earlier this morning, you were like, oh, it's a delay, and then went to close. And that same thing happened to a lot of counties. In fact, we'll talk more about those delays and closures right there on the bottom of your screen as well as on our website. So basically, this is what it looks like out over the Inner Harbor. It's kind of blowing snow right now. It's not really sticking to the ground. A little bit in some of the grassy areas. The further north you get, that's where some of the colder areas, and that's actually getting some good accumulation. So that's why we're weather alert. Also, that wind definitely blowing that snow around with our colder temperatures. Numbers have dropped now to 34 in Baltimore City. So that's the coldest we've been all morning. We're near freezing in Bel Air, Cockeysville, Westminster, still at 38 in Annapolis. So more than likely still just seeing some rain showers there for you. You can see on our HD radar with these showers that are kind of moving through at this time. This is what we're looking at. And even in Annapolis kind of showing that pink. So that's kind of a possible wintry mix. You may see some flakes flying around there as that cold air is trying to work in. weekend. But this should be done within about an hour, maybe an hour and a half or so as the moisture moves on out of here. We're already seeing improving conditions in Carroll County, so it's snowy there, but just not snowing heavily at this time. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through it coming up in a few. How are we doing on the roads with all that traffic out there?
Well, let's take a look, because it has been a morning and not getting any better. We're getting reports of an incident in Catonsville. This is on the inner loop past Frederick Road. Our cameras in that region showing the emergency crews there on the scene. Now, cars are able to get by, but there is a slowdown through that stretch. Just please be careful on the roads this morning.
For a closer look at what we're seeing out there, let's check in with Shannon Lilly. She is live in Westminster in our Len Stoller mobile track with the conditions they're seeing. And Shannon, I mean, it's still snowing there in Carroll County. How much do you think they have?
I mean, it is coming down, Megan, and I would say at least, an inch at this point. Yeah, we're seeing these big flakes. We are actually in a beautiful little neighborhood on a street called Snowflake Drive. Isn't that wonderful? I thought that was just so fitting, really living up to their name right now, because it is a winter wonderland here, and we are on Snowflake Drive. So I also wanted to point out that some of these neighborhood roads have not been treated at all. You can see no plows have been through here. It really only looks like our tracks have been through here. We could feel ourselves spinning out as we were trying to drive on this road. Keep that in mind if you do live in a neighborhood out here in Carroll County. Some of the roads have not been treated, but now as we turn here, it looks like we are turning onto Deep Run Road. Is that? Yeah, we're Deep Run Road and then Old Hanover Road here. And these roads have been treated, it appears. We've seen a lot of plows coming through. We've seen them dropping that salt and really treating these roads. So conditions are better out here, but the snow continues to fall. And people we have talked to out here are surprised by it. I don't think anyone expected this much snow, but hey, it's beautiful. So we'll take it, but just be careful out on the roads. And we'll continue to keep you guys posted as we drive around. But for now, Megan, we'll send it back into you.
Oh, I know exactly where you are, just between Westminster and Union Mills there, Shannon. Be careful out there. And for everyone watching right now, schools are already delayed or closed because of this weather. Hopefully you've been made aware of this. Howard and Montgomery counties starting on a 2-hour delay. Garrett and Harford County schools, they're going to be virtual today. And then we've got these ones, Baltimore County schools, as well as Cecil, Carroll, where Shannon just was, Frederick and Washington counties, they are closed. You can keep track of all of the school closings and delays. They're running on the bottom of your screen there on our ticker. You can always head to our website, foxbaltimore.com as well.
All right, let's get a live check now of the conditions in Baltimore County. Olivia Dance is there, and the snow, it sounds like you're getting beat up a little bit by the snow slush.
Yeah, Patrice, I'm having a hard time looking at the camera from this angle because there's a little bit of a wind here, so it's blowing the snow right in my face. So I'm going to turn this way, but you can see that it's already, coming down. It's been coming down for about an hour now and starting to stick. I would say this is just dusting on the ground, so unfortunately not enough snow to go sledding yet. That popular sledding here in Rogers Forge is just across the street from where we are, but this is Rogers Forge Elementary School that you're looking at right now. Obviously, it's quiet because Baltimore County schools are closed today. Probably a good idea because, this snow is coming down pretty heavy. We saw rain all morning, especially in Baltimore City. It was absolutely pouring, but then it very quickly turned into the snow that we're seeing. And it's beautiful. it looks like a snow globe out here, but it is probably going to affect the roads. I've seen some salt trucks already out and about this morning, so that's good to see. We saw one when we first arrived here in Rogers Forge as well, but definitely want to give yourself plenty of time to wipe off your cars. Our news car here is on, so the snow is not sticking to it, but you can just see all these other cars behind us. I'll step out of frame. All the cars are covered that have just been sitting here. So the snow's coming down pretty heavy. It's really thick snowflakes. So again, it looks beautiful, but there is a chance that it could start to stick to the road. So just make sure that you're taking it slow and giving yourself plenty of time. Back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, just different scenes depending on where you are in the state. We are continuing to track the snow that is moving through the area.
We're checking back in now with Shantae Felix. She's the media relations manager with the Maryland State Highway Administration. I know you've been taking a look at the road conditions. When we last checked in, the snow was falling. We're now seeing a lot of issues out there. Just had that one that we were looking at in Catonsville there. How many issues are you seeing out there on the roads?
Our crews are continuing to be in emergency operations mode and continuing to get out there. Right now, we have about 1,300 pieces of equipment on the road, and we're continuing to ask people to delay travel. We also have md511.maryland.gov, and that gives people an insight into real-time crashes or real-time road conditions if they want to plan their route.
And you know, you all always advise if you can stay home, stay home. And people will look at this and say, we're talking 2 inches of snow, it's not a big deal. But once you get those accidents, which we've seen all over the place, that does impede you guys, doesn't it, from doing what you're trying to do to clear it for everyone?
Yes. So yes, it's easy for us to say stay home if you can, but if you do have to get out there, there is some guidance we can offer. One thing we always say is that the elevated surfaces tend to freeze first. So your bridges and overpasses, you want to drive slower there because they tend to get slipperier first. And also keep in mind those speed limits are for ideal weather conditions. Weather like this, you want to drive maybe 10 miles per hour slower than a speed limit. You're likely to also see our equipment out there. Please give our crews plenty of space because they need the room to clear the road for you.
Shantae, we just took a live shot from one road there that visibility was an issue as the snow was coming down hard. Are you getting reports of that?
We're getting all kinds of reports from all over the state, but we're still out there. We've been out there since middle of the night, 3 a.m., and we're continuing to do so. This is expected mainly to be a morning event, but our crews are still on the job.
So, Shantae, you're still clearing roads for the first time. This isn't the kind of thing where you're going to have to make a second pass on places, are you?
We're getting hourly updates. As far as it's been reported to me, is each shop is working with their crews and their equipment on each road that is ours.
All right, hopefully that'll be enough. Shantae, thank you for taking time. We know it's a busy morning for you guys. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
All right, thank you. Bye.
As we've been tracking this winter system here in studio and out on the roads, you have been sending us what it looks like from your perspective.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center. He's got a whip around Maryland to see just how widespread the snowfall is. That's beautiful behind you there.
Yeah, not bad at all. This is PA, so this is just a little bit above us right here as we're talking about the Weather Authority here and what you've been seeing. So this is Pennsylvania, some shots around there. We want to show you what you've been sending us as we've been talking about this, the Northeast, from the action that's happened now to us all the way through the Northeast. In fact, in Baltimore County, look at this beautiful shot. Yeah, this is Melody sent us this picture from her home in Freeland. And you can hardly see the road with the snow that's settled out in front of our house. And Harford County residents have seen snow all morning long, too. And you can see that they're also just a beautiful shot right here. Look at this video. Yeah, going back and forth, showing the snow coming down, and it's just encapsulated the trees. Makes it look beautiful here. Thank you, Bonnie, for sending in this footage from Whiteford and the flakes that are covering the hiking trails and the branches of our trees in our yard. Finally, a fun picture for you, too. You know it. Yeah, the dogs. I know whose dog that is. Look at that cute little dog. That's Lincoln. That's a Bel Air. Yeah, there's a ball there. And that little puppy from Olivia in Bel Air is sending us the picture of her dog, Lincoln, and enjoying every minute that he gets to spend chasing his favorite ball around. And yeah, not bad at all. So a lot of people are having fun. Thank you so much for sending in your pictures. In fact, we ask you to send them in so we can show them and see what it's like in different areas from Bel Air through to Carroll County. In fact, just take a picture of this, scan this QR code, and you can send us your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. If you don't want to do the QR codes, you don't get it, I get it. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com, and just hit chime in submissions. Now we need to find out exactly, we just were showing the pictures here, and now we need to find out exactly what do they mean when we start talking about numbers. So we have Jasmine Lomax, our meteorologist, also talking about the amounts that we're going to get.
Thanks, Tom. We are keeping track of some snow still moving across parts of the state, but when we forecast the snow, we're typically talking about snow ratio. So let's switch to weather too, so we can get a check on that. We base that off of temperatures. So 24 or 28 to 34 degrees leads to about a 10-to-1 snow ratio. And what that means is 1 inch of rain would equate to 10 inches of snow. Now, the colder it gets, the higher those ratios become. So 19 to 15 degrees leads to a snow ratio of 1 to 20. That means 1 inch of rain would lead to 20 inches of snow. Now, Now, across parts of the state, across the Baltimore area, we've seen from half an inch to about 7/10 of an inch. And so that would mean 5 inches to 7 inches of snow using that standard 10-to-1 ratio for our area. But then for Hagerstown, that 2.1 inches of rain would lead to 21 inches of snow. And when we talk about those colder temperatures, we're talking higher totals. But because of our warmer than freezing temperatures, many of us just dealing with the rain, that snow starting to stick for some locations as the temperatures fall. Make sure, though, you are driving safely as we deal with that slushy snow. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've had some major issues all across the region, mostly due to weather concerns out there. Taking a live look at some of the cameras around the region. You see the wet conditions. Many of the cameras showing just rain, some of them with the snow falling as well. It is slick. Be mindful as you're getting up and heading out in these conditions this morning.
A major aid bill for Israel and Ukraine passes the Senate. More than a dozen GOP senators did not side with presidential hopeful Donald Trump. We've got more details after the break.
And another live look coming in, some snowy conditions around our region. We'll have more coming up, 9:12 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:14) now. U.S. senators working through the night to pass a $95 billion foreign aid package that includes assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and civilians in Gaza.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill. Atra, does this have a chance of getting through the House?
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. According to Speaker Mike Johnson, no, it does not. He put out a statement essentially saying the Senate bill is dead on arrival in the House because it does not include House Republicans' strict border provisions. Now, as we've been reporting, senators did reach a bipartisan agreement, a separate legislation than what was passed this morning that would address the border. But after former President Trump voiced his disapproval, it quickly fizzled out. But this legislation that just passed the Senate, which does not include border language, got support from 22 Republicans. We were expecting about 18 at the most. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is among them. And after the vote, McConnell said history will record that the Senate did not blink. Ukraine would get the bulk of these funds, $60 billion. Israel would get $14 billion. $9 billion is for humanitarian assistance to Gaza, and about $5 is for U.S. partners in the Indo-Pacific.
So, Atra, turning now to the presidential election, former President Trump announcing who he wants to see lead the Republican Party, and one of them is his daughter-in-law. What's going on there?
Yeah, the former president calling for a new slate of RNC leaders before current chair Ronna McDaniel is expected to step down later this month after the South Carolina primary. Now, Trump says he wants her to be replaced by a man named Michael Whatley. He's the current chair of the North Carolina Republican Party. In a statement, Trump called him loyal and says that he's committed to election integrity, though Whatley helped promote Trump's false claims about the 2020 election. Trump also endorsing his daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, for RNC co-chair, and then Trump's senior advisor, Chris LaCivita, for chief operating officer. Now, there are reports that these endorsements are part of an effort to merge Trump campaign and RNC fundraising efforts, which could help cover some of Trump's legal bills.
All right, Atra Anashar, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Well, 9:17 now. We want to get back to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's taking a look at our forecast and when this snow that many are seeing will stop.
Yeah, and we're seeing it kind of go and fizzle out in spots. I mean, this is our Towson camera with a lot of moisture out there, so a lot of wet conditions, at least on the camera lens. Tough to even see Towson right there with those low clouds that are out there as well. And our temperatures have been staying above freezing for some. We're getting right near that freezing mark in Bel Air, Elkton, and Cockeysville. 36 in Annapolis. Our temperatures have actually dropped in Annapolis, so we thought it would be all rain. It still is mainly rain for you there, but we are seeing some flakes being mixed in and some snow being picked up, at least on the radar in Annapolis. But the wind, it's taking a break here in Baltimore temporarily, but you can see some of those wind gusts, 26 to 30 miles an hour for Annapolis down through Easton and Denton. And we're going to have a breezy to windy afternoon. So we'll keep this weather alert going through 10 o'clock this morning, or until about 10 o'clock this morning, basically the end of our show. And we're going to drop that weather alert because as we get into the midday and later part of the afternoon, all of this is going to be gone. Here's what's going on with the HD radar right now. And you can see they had that green and that pink, but now it's kind of changed over to all blue. So the radar picking up on some of these snow showers and the snow that is falling out there, even down through Annapolis and back through Bowie, all the way up into Severn and Laurel. You're seeing some of these flakes that are flying right now. In terms of actually sticking on the ground, not really necessarily happening, at least from Baltimore south, but to the north, you're definitely seeing some of that accumulation, especially in Carroll and Frederick counties where we had that snow started earlier this morning. But there's the back end of it right there. We're moving through Frederick, so this thing is going to be done within the next hour or so as all of this moisture continues to kind of move out of here and really impacting folks to the north of us with that large weather maker, that kind of nor'easter type setup. Now, with good news is we've already seen the winter storm warnings in Western Maryland. They've been allowed to be canceled early and ahead of schedule. We still have a winter weather advisory through 1 o'clock this afternoon. But Jasmine and I were just talking about this backstage and don't believe that they're going to keep this up through 1 p.m., especially this quicker this system moves out of here. They'll probably let this expire a little bit early. We'll check with the National Weather Service on that. Here's a 10 o'clock shot here for your hourly future scan. And this takes us through 11 o'clock. Notice right there, we're seeing some rain out through Annapolis and Eastern Shore, kind of that rain-snow mix for Bel Air. But all of this moves out of here. And by the time we get about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, may actually see some sun popping out from some of those clouds. The wind is going to be with us, so breezy to windy conditions will continue. Even though our temperatures today will slide into the low to mid 40s as we take you to the afternoon. Overall, those numbers are just slightly near or above average. Probably won't feel that way, though, because that wind and the wind chill will make it more feel like we're in the 30s. So here we go. 7-day forecast. 45 tomorrow, lower 50s on Thursday, upper 40s Friday. Really a quiet rest of your week starting tomorrow for Valentine's Day and Lent, Ash Wednesday. And then as we get into Saturday, we do have another weather maker that could bring a little bit of a rain-snow mix, especially on Saturday morning, but that should be gone by the afternoon. And then Sunday and Monday, some improving conditions as we get deeper into February. All right, we know those roads have not been fun to drive on this morning. Patrice, what's up?
They have not been. So let's take another look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. network as we're taking a look at traffic cameras around the region. The only thing that we're seeing here is slick roads from the snow and from the ice. We know that there's a road closure due to high water on 140 North between Randall Avenue and Maryland Avenue. We're also seeing accidents along 70 out past Middletown. So all over the region this morning, we've seen problems, and it's because of these slick roads. Lots of problems this morning. So as you're getting up and out, just remember to take your time and slow your speeds. Well, a warning for drivers as the wintry mix is making for dangerous road conditions. AAA says it's best to stay home, stay off the roads if you can. Some of you can't. We understand that. So if you do have to go out, make sure you go slow. You're also going to want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. And when you brake, don't slam on your brakes. Do it slowly so you reduce your risk of sliding on these slick roads.
Well, we can learn so much from our ancestors, but what do their relationships from the past say about ours today? Still to come this hour, the loyalties we might not realize we have that are having an impact on who and how we love.
And we're at Bar Louie this morning, and we're celebrating Galentine's Day. Why not celebrate brunch with your bestie? Coming up, the drinks that are delicious on Galentine's Day. Coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
When you have good drinks and great friends, who needs Valentine's Day?
Mark Clark is live at Bar Louie celebrating Galentine's Day. He is rocking with the girls this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chanel and Ian. We're back together. So, Ian, you're going to whip up something for this is a special Galentine's Day drink.
Yeah, we're going to make, it's called From Paris with Love. This is our featured cocktail in the month of February, so it's very fitting for the month, Galentine's Day, Valentine's Day. We call it From Paris with Love. It's got primarily French ingredients, so a nice martini for it, right?
Oui.
Little Grey Goose citron, there we go. Excuse me.
Okay.
And then we toss in there also, too, a little bit of Chambord, which is a French raspberry liqueur.
Nice.
And now we have a little French rosé, which is beautiful.
Ian has proposed Palentine's Day for Monday, but that's a whole other story next year.
Well, I think the fellas need their day, too.
He said Palentine's Day on Monday, Galentine's Day on Tuesday, and then Valentine's Day on Wednesday. Okay, Ian, we'll see what's happening.
That's right, we're going to do it.
And that looks like a little simple sugar.
Yep, little simple syrup, and we put some pineapple juice in there as well, just to soften it a little bit. Now we're going to fill this up with some ice, and we're going to shake this. You want to get it nice and cold, at least 10 seconds.
All right, guns. Okay, guns. Sun's not out, but guns are out. Okay.
That's right.
Ian got his guns out.
Aw, I like it. And there you have it.
Right here.
Oh,
That's right. This is going out. This is for Patrice and Megan. Patrice and Megan,
We
this is for the
appreciate it.
gals. This is for you.
Happy Galentine's Day.
And so, of course, since you're not here, I'll have to drink it for you.
Wait a second.
Look at how that always works.
We're going to put more information on Mark's Galentine's Day on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We continue to track your road conditions all throughout Carroll County. Coming up, we will have an update on what you can expect as you head out.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are weather alert this morning as this winter system is bringing snow and rain to our region.
As you take a look out over the roadways there, you see some are just slick. The bottom, that's just slick. You see the snow off to the side. The road seems slick. Then there's some that are snow covered. Take a look at that that middle shot there. That's probably out in Carroll County where we've seen the most snow still on the roads and on the grassy surfaces there. So it depends on where you are, what type of snowfall or rain you're getting. Because here in the city, when I went to the newsroom, I do see the snowflakes falling, but nothing was sticking. The ground is just wet out there. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. I thought there was a lot in Carroll County as we were looking at the shots, but I had a video I was showing Patrice, Justin, 10 years ago today in the Baltimore area. We had what looked to be almost a foot of snow. I was out doing weather coverage in it, and makes this look like nothing.
Right.
in comparison.
And even compared to the one we had, about a month ago, right around this time, it was like, I think 13th, 14th, 15th, something like that in January, where we had that bigger snowstorm. Now, yes, there's definitely impacts, and that's why we remain weather alerted. And it looks like we're going to stay weather alert through the midday show now. Just to let you know that weather alert is still going to be in effect. The winter weather advisory goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon, and may be able to expire a little early. But even in Severn and down through Annapolis, it's showing the white right there. There are definitely flakes that are flying. We checked some of the traffic cameras that are down there. So you're not going to get any actual accumulation, just like in Baltimore City. But the flakes look pretty, and it's nice out there. But you got to watch out for those wet roadways because, man, we got a lot of rain overnight and especially earlier this morning. But the rain and the snow basically continues to move from west to east. So we're getting clearer and drier air that's going to be moving in. And as we get to the afternoon, we do expect to see some sun break out, but the wind is going to be very strong. We're talking about a gusty northwest 20 to 30 plus miles an hour. So it's going to feel a lot colder than the temperatures in the 40s. Got some quieter weather ahead later this week, but there is another weather maker kind of lurking, and we'll talk more about that in your 7 and 10 day forecast coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do have your Len Stoller traffic network here. We are following reports of an incident on 95 North. This is just past Pulaski Highway. Not seeing anything on the cameras for this right now, waiting for more information on that. As you look at our other camera there, you can see we've got some snow a little bit in one shot, a few flakes flying, and a lot of rain still on those cameras as well. Just be careful when you're heading out.
Now let's get out to Shannon Lilly. She is live in Westminster in our Len Stoller mobile track with a look at what it's like out there. At least you can see the roadway now, Shannon.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. We are on 97 South in Westminster. Oh, whoa, did you see that? Oh my goodness. We've been having things like that happen all morning long where the snow just gets sprayed right onto our windshield. And it scared us a couple times. One time it fell from a tree and we just had a big thing of snow come onto our windshield. Yeah, it's loud. It makes you jump, certainly. But yeah, the roadways are looking pretty good here. Still definitely slick, still definitely wet, but they have obviously been treated here along 97 southbound in Westminster, northbound as well. And on these major roadways, that's what we're typically seeing. On some of the neighborhood roadways, they're still not treated. So you want to keep that in mind as you head out. But we are seeing a lot of the plows come through and they're laying down that salt as well. We're seeing the snow kind of slow. It's still snowing, but very lightly compared to what we were seeing earlier. And as you can see, all of those snow plows coming through. Look at that. Yeah, and that snow is just spraying up when those snow plows pass by you. So keep that in mind as you head out as well. But yeah, things are looking better and it seems to be clearing up a bit. All right, we'll send it back into you.
Shannon, you guys have been through it. Thanks for all your coverage this morning and good to see some improvement on the road. Still messy though. We want to check in live now with the conditions in Baltimore County. We've got some snowflakes falling there. Olivia Dan's in the Rogers Forge neighborhood where some birds are pretty excited about the snow.
Yeah, they're making some noise here, Megan, and the snow's coming down. For the last hour and a half, it's really looked like a winter wonderland here. But the thing is, it's not sticking so much to the roads, which is good. It is sticking to the grass a little bit, so maybe there'll be some snowballs later made, but I'm not sure about sledding. That's still to be seen, but potentially some snowballs. It is sticking to cars, so you want to make sure that you pack your snow brush. We've seen some of the neighbors here in Rogers Forge wiping off their cars, so give yourself plenty of time to do that. But as you can see, the roads are clear. We have seen some salt trucks out and about, but just pre-treating the roads. But really, the snow is not sticking to them, so that's good. This is Rogers Forge Elementary School, though, right across the street, and it is very quiet. Really, you can just hear the birds chirping because we're not seeing too many people out and about because we know that Baltimore County schools are closed today. And then just further up the street is that popular sledding hill here in Rogers Forge, which, again, not sure the kids are going to have the chance to do that today, but this snow does look beautiful. But again, you just want to make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time just to clean off your car because you're probably going to have to do that. And then there might be some slick conditions out on the road. So just give yourself plenty of time to drive safe and get where you're going. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Some good advice there. And of course, anytime snow is in the forecast, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Asking where's the early spring. That's what the birds wanted to know. All right, coming up, we're going to take a look at how our viewers are dealing with the winter weather this morning. We have been tracking a winter system all morning long, and you have been sending us pictures. What you're seeing out there.
Let's check in with Tom Rogers in our live center with a look at what communities are waking up to as this storm moves through. Tom.
Yeah, taking a quick look right now. Live shot from our photographer Sean. He's in Hunt Valley. This is York Road right here, and you can see snow continues coming down pretty heavy, but it's not sticking to the roads. Now our Weather Authority team continues tracking this system that's been affecting us and all throughout the Northeast, from here all the way up into New York. Our viewers seeing varying degrees of snow in their local communities. So let's check it out. Look at this shot. This is a picture from Joe in Harford County. The back porch right there doesn't look like it's actively snowing when we took this picture, but entirely white. And you see a little bit of coating and evergreen trees in the background, speckled with some snowflakes. Don sent us this shot from Carroll County, a little bit more snowfall. And you see that little sand trap in the middle? That's actually a pool cover, and that's been covered over here. And you might not recognize the swimming pool that's under that with the snow that's falling in the area here. Carroll County, we have a lot. Wait a little bit longer to uncover the pool, though, before it comes spring and summer. Then this picture comes to us from Trey in Pilesville in Harford County. It looks like he won't be spending the afternoon on the porch or maybe grilling out. And maybe a little chilly, a little dusting there, but still beautiful. And it's actively snowing when he took that shot. If you have any snow in your area, we want to compare. We'd love to see it and show it. Send us your favorite snow pictures and videos by scanning the QR code right there on your screen. You could also head to foxbaltimore.com, click on the Chime In tab to make your submissions. Of course, if you have any snowmen or in the process of building a snowman, please send them to us so we can help teach Shen Lilly how to build one. Now we want to bring in our meteorologist, Jasmine Lomax, with the latest on the update and when the snow will be moving out of our area. Jasmine.
Thanks, Tom. We're continuing to track that snow as it pushes farther and farther to the east. It is going to taper over the next few hours, but the reason many of us, especially south of Baltimore, are only seeing rain and really not much accumulation is because of our temperatures staying well above freezing. Now, when we do forecast snow, we're talking about snow ratios. Typically around Maryland, we're looking at 34 to 28 degrees, which means a snow ratio of 10 to 1. That means that 1 inch of rain would equal 10 inches of snow. And as the temperatures get colder, we see those snow ratios get higher. So for 19 to 15 degrees, we're talking a snow ratio of 20 to 1. That's what the snow lovers would want. That would mean 1 inch of rain equals 20 inches of snow. Now, as we continue over the next few hours, again, that snow continues to move across our state. It will taper. Make sure that you are driving safely this morning. Back to you.
Incredible to see those totals. Our friends, the Warrens in Manchester, Jasmine, saying they got about 4 inches and still falling in that area. Anytime snow is in the forecast, remember, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. Ahead of Valentine's Day, can delving into your family tree unveil more than just genealogy? After the break, how our family history can impact our romantic relationships.
Accessing fresh produce during the winter is much tougher than in the summer. After the break, our friends from Roland Park Place are going to show us how to make a salad with some winter veggies. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:44. We have been seeing the full force of winter this morning, and during the winter months, fresh produce can be harder to come by, just a little. Executive Chef for Roland Park Place, May Hunt, is joining us with ways to incorporate fresh produce into your diet. And you've got a winter salad that's perfect for the kinds of fruits that's available
yes,
now.
We do.
Is that right? Good morning to
Good
you.
Morning.
So this looks beautiful. Whenever we have vegetables and stuff like this laid out, my husband always says, this looks like life, just because this is what you're eating,
yes,
the good stuff. All right, so what's a winter salad? What are we looking at?
So now we add in some chopped kale, and you want to massage your kale for 2 minutes to break down the fibers. And you want to add a little spinach to it.
Okay.
And after you add the spinach, you want to add your roasted butternut squash. You want to cut it into small dice. You add some avocado oil, salt and pepper, and garlic salt.
And then just there you go.
Yes, and then you want to add some raw beets. You can julienne the raw beets.
So, I mean, the vegetables that you'd put in the winter are different than you're going to do for summer, but still just as tasty, just as good?
Yes, definitely, yes. So you just want to make it all harvesty, and then you want to add some shaved
Look at all
red
the color.
cabbage. And also you want to add some fennel, because fennel is our true winter's veggie.
And these you can find in your basic grocery store.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. And also you want to add some tricolor shaved carrots. I like to use the yellow and orange.
Oh, never used yellow carrots.
Yes.
I don't know if I knew there were yellow carrots.
Yes,
actually.
and also purple red carrots too.
Okay.
Yes, and then you add that. You want to add your pomegranate.
I like those. Very good.
And you want to toss this together first.
This looks so healthy, May.
Yes, definitely. And this is what we add for our residents too, for when we have specialty menus on Wednesdays and Fridays. On Saturdays, we have a hot and healthy menu on Saturdays. So
and
we
you
create
say
that.
in the menu, you have icons that tell you exactly what you're eating.
Yes.
And what's in, like what? What are the icons?
So it will tell you if it's dairy-free, gluten-free, wheat-free. So definitely when they pick a choice, they know exactly what they have in.
Okay, so let's get over to the dressing now. So we got to finish it off healthy.
Definitely. So here you're going to add some olive oil.
Okay. And we have just about 20 seconds left to do this, so you can. I'm going to let you just throw it. Is that honey? Oh,
That's
yeah,
honey.
that's going to be good.
You also want to add, most important, the Dijon mustard to get the taste.
Okay.
And your vinaigrette.
And we
your
put the
pomegranates.
recipe for this on our website. So if you want to give this a try at home, very easy for you to do as well. That's the finished.
And we have the finished product, and you're just going to toss it together.
It's a pretty pink color, just in time for Valentine's.
Yes, love is in the air.
Oh my goodness. I smell, I mean, I can smell the dressing, but that just all together looks
And you
good.
just want to combine this together.
And that's a big salad.
Yes, hot and
then
healthy.
you throw some protein on that
You
if
can
you
add
want.
grilled salmon, grilled chicken.
Perfect.
Grilled shrimp.
Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
that. Justin, I know you've been busy working hard. You're probably going to want something to eat, but I might hold on to this one, Justin.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it looks. I love the colors like you guys were talking about. Just kind of that freshness. So yeah, and then you look outside, it's all gray. And when you look closely at this camera, the snow kind of blowing around there. Did it freeze up again? Oh no, there it is. I can see. Okay. So yeah, we have to kind of look close. There's definitely fog, but there are definitely those flakes that are kind of flying. They're just not accumulating, at least not here in Baltimore City. Now, a lot of you have seen some pretty decent accumulations, couple of inches here and there. That's why we have a lot of those schools all closed for the day. So that weather alert basically through 10 o'clock this morning. We'll still probably hang on to that weather alert through the midday show because that winter weather advisory will continue through 1 p.m. Again, think that is going to be allowed to expire early, and I'll show you some of those warnings are already turning off. 34 your temperature, Hagerstown and Westminster right now, 32 in Bel Air, 34 in Baltimore City, and you can see the road temperatures have dropped. So a lot of us are below freezing for the road temperatures. This could be an issue later tonight because our temps are going to stay on the colder side, and any of that accumulated snow could ice over. So tomorrow morning could be a little rough on that commute because we're going to have to deal with some slick conditions, not the heavy rain or the snow that we've had today. So you can see the snow has cleared out of Manchester and Westminster and Carroll County down through Eldersburg, Milford Mill over to Cockeysville, still a few flakes flying that right through Baltimore City, out through Bel Air, Edgewood, Aberdeen. You're seeing those flakes that are flying there as well. Even down to the south and Severna Park and Annapolis and Severn, we're seeing some flakes, just not necessarily sitting there or accumulating in terms of that snowfall. But this is kind of the larger picture, and you can see this is the timing that we've been talking about all morning. These models have done a pretty good job of showing us exactly what this weather system is doing and has done most of the morning. Now, our friends to the north are dealing with that larger system. That's the area of low pressure, that kind of nor'easter that's bringing in all that colder air that we're seeing here, and that's why they're continuing to see that accumulating snow. Philly and New York up happened in Boston. So a lot of delays in that part of the country. Now, here's a look at your weather advisories. They already have allowed Frederick to turn that one off. We still have Carroll County and Howard County, Baltimore City and County, Harford and Cecil counties as well. But again, this goes through 1 o'clock this afternoon. This may be allowed to expire as we get that snow continuing to move out of here. That's exactly what's going to happen. This is 11 a.m. on your hourly future scan. Still a line of a few leftover showers, but by the time we get to noon, we'll start to see that moisture roll out of here. The drier air works in this afternoon. We are expecting at least some sunshine, even though it's going to be very windy, even gusty wind that we'll be dealing with through the afternoon and into the evening time. Our temperatures will climb to the low and mid 40s for today, so those numbers are not going to feel that way, however, with that wind that's going to stay strong through most of the afternoon. Valentine's Day, not too bad tomorrow, friends, but lower 50s on Thursday, upper 40s on Friday. We're quiet the rest of this week. There is another weather maker coming in on Saturday morning that could bring another day with a rain-snow mix, but does not look to be as big as this system is. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Not feeling the love this Valentine's season? Well, you might have your great-grandparents to blame. Systemic work and constellations expert and author Judy Wilkins-Smith joining us live to talk about ways that you can break the generational curse, as it's being called. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm curious. Let's start with, what is emotional DNA?
So you don't just inherit physical DNA, you also inherit your patterns of thoughts, feelings, and actions. And that includes your relationships. So very often you're going to do what mom did or grandma did or great-grandma did. And so, of course, the trick with that is to look at it and say, is it serving me, or is it time for me to make a switch? And make that as easy as one new thought, one new feeling, one new action. Do I really, really want to be miserable on Valentine's Day, just like mom? Or is it time for me to go out there and say, you know what, the change begins with me?
Well, Judy, that is a very interesting question. If it's in your DNA, can you actually change it? Can you make some differences?
Yes, that's the beauty of emotional DNA. Physical DNA, not so much yet, but emotional DNA literally is rewiring your brain, telling yourself a new story. Good relationships begin with good relationships with yourself. And so I say to people, okay, if you don't have a Valentine this year, start with yourself. Think about how I want to be and feel and how I want to take that out into the world.
Is it some of it, just kind of repeating the patterns that you've seen in front of you? Is that kind of how this starts?
It's kind of repeating the patterns in front of you. And if there's been a really significant event around love, that can then create a bit of a ripple effect because it starts to trigger things on your physical DNA as well. So you want to pay attention. If you're really miserable around Valentine's Day, what is it? What is the one thing that I can be grateful for or happy about? And start the switch. You're the change agent.
And you owe this to yourself and apparently the future generations of your family too.
Yes, absolutely, because the minute you start to change that and you tell a different story and you wire your brain a different way, now your feelings can no longer be the same and you're going to take different actions, which means, hello, we have something completely different.
You have a choice to be happy. You just have to make that choice.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so well said.
Judy, thank you so much. This was eye-opening. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Take good care.
You too. Well, we are seeing some snow out there. We're going to let you know what's in store for the rest of the week and beyond. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down that 10-day forecast. 9:53 as those snowflakes continue to fall. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.